Yo, what's up, everyone? How are we doing today? I need to hurry up and go over to GA. Got a couple minutes left. We have our last double arc boss today. And I might drop a few thousand Lucent on the spear build before that happens. I was kind of waiting to see the patch notes today. Probably should join a group. Doing the groups? Party is full. Party is full. Alright, we'll just solo. I was kind of waiting to see if we got the announcement today about Tier 2 or server merges. But I haven't seen anything about either one of them yet. I'm expecting a lot of prices are going to go up when that announcement happens. So it's probably getting to the point where it's about time to start buying the last bit of what I need for the spear build. It kind of depends. I don't think prices will go up for everything, but I do think prices will go up for certain items that are good to stack blessing on. Some of the stuff I need, like high-end traits for necklace and stuff like that, I don't think those are going to go up. I think those are going to go down, which is kind of why I've been procrastinating some of this stuff. Hello, your lovely clear YouTube videos brought me here. What's up? How you doing? Glad you like the videos. Any Portal 3 Alon groups? Hey, I think that's me. Actually, I have no idea which portal I'm in. Is there a way to check? Let's go out and back in. Does this have 3 thingies in the flame? Yeah, it's fine. We'll just solo it. I'll get loot by myself. I got it like that. Actually, this build is kind of based around being in a group. It's got the group bonus on Sentinel's Bastion. The brand from Javelin Surge is really for the group. I mean, it helps me. Both those things help me, but they're really built around being in a group. Willbreaker, same thing. If I was truly trying to solo, we probably wouldn't use those. The changes to Spear that are coming are interesting. Do you guys see those yet? Same ones that they were doing in Korea. Just a little bit of buffs. A little bit of buffs to Unyielding Sentinel. They're kind of making this skill insane. I mean, it's already really good, and they're kind of making it insane.
I, Grand Alon, am its caretaker. Come to sully the forest again.
Are those 2 different voices? Reminds me of the boss in Valley of Slaughter. It's like, wait a minute. That's not the same guy. Yeah, I'm missing those bow cooldowns, you guys. Look at me. Look at me just sitting here with all my skills off cooldown. I'm so not used to that. So not used to that. So used to have someone reducing my struggle rootless ones. How would he even know if I have roots or not? Alright, where's my loot? Okay, didn't get anything. Man. That was really going to be a good flex, though, if I got loot by myself. I have a question. Is someone getting back into Throne? My gear score is 3,200 as free-to-play player. I was wondering, what is the most efficient way to level up smartly for Tier 2? So there's a couple things to think about for Tier 2. The first thing is that if you have a lot of blessing on your T1 gear, that's going to make it much easier for you to max out in Tier 2. You familiar with blessing and how all that works? So you should be thinking about getting blessing. But the second thing you should be thinking about is that depending on how they roll out Tier 2, you might not actually use it for some time. Like, it might be a few weeks before you even get the Tier 2 gear that you need. It might be too expensive. The drop rates might be too low. You might get unlucky, etc. So it's not like Tier 2 is going to come out and then, oh, like, you know, 24 hours later, all my gear is replaced. It could be like 3 weeks, a month before while you're still like working on. I mean, think about how long it took you to get all your T1 gear, right? Like all your T1 purples. You had your blues probably pretty quick, but there were probably a few purple items that took you a while to get, and then once you did get them, trading them was really hard. So it's going to be the same thing with T2. Some of those pieces you might not get right away. So I think having a really solid tier 1 builds in place is going to be important, just in case you don't like totally get everything you need right away. How am I too far away from this guy who's 6 inches away from me? Just let me throw my jabs! I can't wait for those Sentinel buffs, dude. They're going to be so good. Everyone on this server's a tank. There's never any good targets. I need to be in a group for this. I got no heals. I'm playing overly cautious. Oh, I switched to my PvP spear build a little bit. We're not using Thunder Spirit anymore, which is going to surprise some people. It was considered to be very meta, but I think we're doing away with it. I think we're going poison. Poison over Thunder Clouds. And regular Umbral over Thunder Umbral. It also saves a lot of skill specializations. I don't know if I turned exit lag on today. I wonder if that's why my skills feel kind of weird right now. Actually getting some pretty good out-of-party heals. Shout out to the boys. These are just all bad targets, though. I almost want to try to figure out... Well, I guess it would be staff. I was going to say, I almost want to try to figure out, like, a tank buster build and just only play that on this server. I swear there's so many tanks, dude. Like, a third of this server is tanks. And then everyone else is a healer. There's only, like, 10 DPS players on this whole server. That's what it feels like sometimes. It's like no one to target. Or they all just die too fast. So trying to get some of my tier 1 gear. Yeah, so I think continuing to work on your tier 1 gear is not a bad idea. Like, I wouldn't totally give up on that just because tier 2 is coming. Because you might still be using some of that T1 gear for a good bit. So I wouldn't quite give up on your tier 1 gear. But at the same time, if you have some extra gear that's just easy to stack Blessing on. So, for example, like, I'm using the Eldritch Ice Bands because I just have a lot of these. I don't really know why I have a lot of them. One of the bosses drops it, or I think I got a few from Material Transmutation. So, like, any purples you have that are not really worth selling, but you get, you know, you get duplicates of those, I would use those to stack Blessing. Obviously, you want to use traits that are not very valuable, so I'm using, like, mana regen and, you know, petrification resistance and stuff like that. Like, traits that I would never sell, I'm using those to stack Blessing. So if you want to start getting, like, some extra purple items together to stack Blessing on, just make sure it's stuff that's not going to sell. You still want to prioritize Lucent over everything else. So if it has a value, then I would still sell it. But if it's something that's not worth selling, then you want to start thinking about stacking Blessing instead of just, you know, throwing all those into the transmutation thing or whatever else you plan on doing. Once again, being out here with no heals, a little sketchy. Not in comms either. Usually we don't really mass up for these early bosses, but we actually have some people out today. Maybe I should get in comms. It's mostly our allies. We only have like 6 people in Discord right now. Yeah, it's pretty typical. Kind of a West Coast guild. What up, Grixis? When exactly is Tier 2 going to come out? I will tell you the exact date. You ready? I figured it out. It's in 29 days. It's when these expire. It's when the rewards from our current battle pass expire. That's what I think. What do you guys think? 4 weeks from tomorrow. That's my prediction. I think we're gonna get a 4-week battle pass instead of a 5-week. And then I think they're gonna drop tier 2 after that. I think if we were gonna get tier 2 this month, they would have already said something. That is, unfortunately, my prediction. Obviously, I don't know. It's all speculation. But, yeah, I think they would have told us by now. Oh, the fireball. I need to get my magic evasion gear up and running. We might do that today. I was waiting on today's patch notes, and I think with how light the patch notes were, I think it's time to just go ahead and get the spear build finished. Because I wasn't, if they were like, oh, you know, tier 2 is coming on, like, you know, January 15th, then I'd be like, okay, well, let's not even bother finishing this build. But I think it's going to be another month. I do. I think it's going to be mid-February. Probably second week of February. They might do something between now and then. I mean, they could always do it in phases too, kind of like how they did with 2-star dungeons, where like we got some of the 2-star dungeons and then a week or two later we got more, and then they added runes. Like, they didn't really do everything in one big update. They kind of spread it out a little. So they could do that for tier 2. Everything's just so up in the air right now because tier 2 could mean new gear that only goes to +9. It could mean new gear that goes all the way to +12, and if that's the case, it will probably also involve level 55 and the new landmass, but that's a massive update, so that definitely will not come this month. But it could come next month. I don't know how long it takes for them to get that expansion ready for our version, but it's possible they've been working on it. Tier 2 could involve accessories. It could not involve accessories. The original T2 gear on Korea did not involve accessories. Those came later. So there's so many different ways that they might roll it out. And we don't know if it's all going to be at once or if it's going to be in phases. We also don't really even know like how you're going to acquire it, because in the Korean version of the game, you got your tier 2 armor and weapons from running 2-star dungeons. But are they really just going to be like, oh, okay, you know that content that you've been doing 80 times a day? Do more of it. It's got new stuff. Like, I feel like that would leave such a bad taste in people's mouth. So I don't know. We were speculating on Revik's stream yesterday, like maybe they'll tie it to dimensional trials somehow and like let you open a box at the end of those. There's different ways that I think could be really cool for like ways of introducing tier 2 gear into the game. But if I'm being honest, the most straightforward way to do it seems to be to just combine it with the level 55 expansion. That would be a huge update though. That would be a huge update. I don't know when that would be ready. It's true, new update selection shard box will disappear after 24 hour. For Saradoma? The box after completed dungeon T1, T2. No. No, that's not what they're talking about. You're asking about the shard selection box? No, those won't. I don't think those expire. Is that what the patch notes said? I think the patch notes were just talking about the Saradoma chests. Ow, brother. I need like 5 people in a clump. Really, just 3 people? Here, let's do this. I can get this guy. Okay, he's already dead. Just kidding. Well, I'll just die. Heard anything about server merge dates? No. No news on tier 2. No news on server merges. Everything is speculation right now. Everything is just based off of the pace of content that they've been rolling out and some of sort of the vague roadmap of from like Tico Talks videos and stuff like that. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't even get the skill specialization changes. I really thought those were coming. They said January, so I thought that would be like tomorrow, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be next week. Maybe it'll be end of January. Yeah, I'm almost dead before I even enter the fight. Tank, tank, tank. Here we go. Let's use this guy. Hey, got 2 kills. I'm improving. I've got to get in a group next time. I really need a healer. A Saradoma Island Night Chest? Yeah, those are going to expire, which they should. It's a really good change. It's a really good change. Because... A, if they are going to add... if they are going to add loot into the 2-star dungeons, then they don't want people hoarding too much. And B, you can really abuse activity. Pieced up by my dog. This server's fun. I like the general chat on this server. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, you can abuse activity with it. We had a guy save up like 300 of those Saradoma chests and just completely stole the top activity on the reset right before Siege. Like, that's probably something that, you know, should be limited. So it's kind of cheesy. Gotcha. I only got 1 charge from that, though. It's not good. Quit throw. I'm literally melee evasion. Stop throwing at me. I'm a bad target. That guy missed me 3 times. He still kept going, dude. He wanted it that badly. You really... one of the things I'm trying to get in the habit of is, like, if I miss 1 spear, I really should be changing targets already, you know? Like, it's hard, though, and because the targeting in this game is so whack, it's like, really hard sometimes to do it correctly with this weapon. Stealth bug. Rip. Oh, I feel like that's never going to get fixed. How many big alliances are there in Xeroth? There was supposed to be 4, but I think one of them is kind of falling apart. So the biggest, the most active ones that I see, there's our alliance, which is Fury, Corrupt, Bricked, and Tier 3. And we do really well at Arc Boss and like the later night, like the what's the server time? I guess it would be like 11 o'clock server time. I don't know, like the late at night bosses we seem to do pretty well. Prime time we do okay. Early morning we're like not there at all. And then there's another alliance that has Yeehawing, Suppleoni, and Supple Phoenix. I don't know if they have a 4th guild or if it's just these 3. But they tend to dominate throughout the day. They bring a lot of numbers to, like, I'm actually surprised they didn't have more people at that boss just now. But, like, the next round of bosses, which will be kind of, like, right before prime time, we'll probably see a lot of them there. They do really well during prime time as well. And then there is, I think Swipe might be in there with them, too. I don't actually know. Some of these alliances, I'm not sure. And then there's the Take Care Alliance. And they have 3 or 4 Take Care guilds, and then someone else is their last. I don't know. A lot of these alliances, I'm like, yeah, I know what like 3 of the 4 guilds are, but I can't remember the last one. And then the last big alliance was the Rent Free Alliance, and they're the one that I'm like, I think is kind of falling apart. And I think that was Visa, aka Nisa, plus Rent Free, plus I I don't even know who else they had. I think their other guilds might have kind of collapsed because I don't even see them on here. But like Rent Free is down to 30 members, so they seem to be done. We fought Visa at a Boonstone a couple days ago, and they did pretty well, but like they just didn't quite have the numbers. I think they had like 10 fewer people at the fight that we did, and they couldn't really get anything going. But yeah, 56 out of 70. So I don't know if the fourth alliance is really going to come back. I think it's basically our alliance, the Supple alliance, and the Take Care alliance that are the big ones right now. I don't really know if there's a fourth. I mean, I know a lot of these guilds like kind of show up to things sometimes. Like I recognize these Genesis guys a little bit, or like Sanhedrin a little bit. 9 to 5, but I don't think that they're. I think it's really just 3 alliances right now that have most of the impacts. What is going to be better in Tier 2 Endurance or Evasion? I think it'll be just kind of like how it is now. It's really going to be build dependent. You can get more of everything in Tier 2, like way more of everything. If you go and look at the Tier 2 gear, the stats on it are, I mean, you're going to have like twice as many stats in Tier 2 as you do in Tier 1. So you'll be able to get more hit, you'll be able to get more evasion, you'll be able to get more of everything. So I think both are still going to be viable. It's just going to depend on your builds. Today I'm logging on from EU, getting my Tevent daggers and NA to sell last day of the event. Logging from EU and getting your Tevent daggers NA to sell. You have Tevent daggers and NA and you're just now selling them? What do you think? We still aren't getting the mastery update with this update? I don't know. I don't know if Korea's getting it either. It might just not be ready yet. They might just need another week or two. As a free-to-play, it's just endless grinds. It's endless grind is a non-free-to-play as well. Unless you're a whale, then you don't have to grind. They did say they're tuning back a lot of the endless grinds, but we don't really know what form that's going to come in. Probably they're going to let you open 2 chests at once at the end of a dungeon or something. I really think that they should just add dimensional chests to the end of your dimensional trials. I think that would be like a really, really simple, obvious solution that would reduce the grind a lot right now. Make it so that the higher tier dimensionals allow you to open, you know, more chests at once. Maybe like tier 1 dimensional, you can open 1 chest. Tier 3, you can open 2 chests. Tier 5, you can open 3 chests or something like that. You still have to spend your tokens, obviously, so you couldn't farm them infinitely. But just like combining the content together so that it's not so repetitive. It's crazy how repetitive it is right now. They really need to start reducing the repetitiveness. TC left our server hackers, then went to Xeroth and still bought there. What kind of botting do they do? I've seen a few of them using the Eridus bug. Naughty. Not very Christmassy. How is Xeroth going? I'm excited to see what the conflict Tevent is like. I'm guessing since it's 4v4v4, it drops your RNG since everyone gets wiped multiple times. Kind of. I mean, you'd be surprised. At Bellendir, I think we had control of the arena for a decent amount of the fights. There was probably a little bit where Supple had control. I don't really think anyone else did. I don't feel like the Take Care Alliance ever really had control. I think their objective might have just been to kill Supple. But yeah, there was a good amount of the Bellendir fights where I felt like we had control. So it's not total chaos. It's not total RNG. Like, you do wipe the other team and hold the arena down, and you know, if your alliance is good about like having a place to fall back to, like we were using the little grapple on the west side to fall back to and holding that. And I think we only got pushed off of it once the whole fight. So even if like we couldn't hold the boss, we could at least regroup and then maintain our contribution and, you know, keep our DPS alive. So it's not total chaos, but it is pretty insane, obviously, with like 1,000 people there. Curious your thoughts on the stats on new T2 weapons. Seems like they are really railroading players in T2. For example, only wisdom and strength on wands, no fortitude on any swords, etc. Well, fortitude's not on any of the original T2 gear. Fortitude just got added to both our version and the Korean version like a month ago. So there is more fortitude gear in T2 than in T1. I think in T1 there's only the one set, but in T2 I believe there's more than one set, and I think it's actually decent. I think some of the fortitude gear is actually decent. But yeah, I wouldn't expect a lot of the gear to have fortitude, because even when the level 55 expansion dropped, it didn't drop with any fortitude gear. Fortitude wasn't a stat that existed yet. So I think that will be a problem for a while. But as far as the other stats, no, I don't think you're railroaded. I think there's so much stats in T2. Like, you'll be able to get 70 of whatever stat you want to get and still have a pretty good amount of points to spread around between the other things. Have any tips on how I can max out my gear? I'm struggling. Are you spending all your tokens? Running your dungeons? That's going to be the most straightforward way to do it. Pretty much where the vast majority of your gains are going to come from, whether it's gear or items you can sell. The market right now is the deadest it's ever going to be because people know tier 2 is on the horizon. So this is the hardest time to make money, but it's also perhaps the best time to buy things for cheap. Once people start stacking blessing for tier 2, some of those prices might start to go up. So it just depends. But yeah, the market is a little tough right now because people know that update's around the corner. Like I said, though, that can work in your favor. That might mean you're able to get things for cheaper than you normally could. Not being able to use your token while farming runes is too much. Yeah, it's way low-hanging fruit. Super low-hanging fruit. So hopefully they change that very soon. I'm curious about the other main stats being default to weapons. I think in tier 2, when it comes to weapons, you're probably going to be mostly concerned with the top-end damage on the weapon and whatever the weapon's passive is. I don't think you're going to care too much about whatever stat it has. You're just going to work around that. You're just going to work around whatever the main stat is. With armor and other pieces. There's a lot of variety in tier 2, especially in Talandre, especially level 55. Like the first wave of tier 2 gear, there's a little bit of variety. Once you add in the Talandre gear, there's an enormous amount of variety. I mean, like if you go on Questlog and set it to the NCSoft version and try to make a build, you're going to spend 6 hours making one build. There's so much stuff to look through, it's insane. Seems strange that 5-6 wands have wisdom. Well, wisdom's a really good stat for them, isn't it? I mean, it's arguably their best stat. But like I said, you'll be able to build it around that pretty easily. I think it's better buying now whatever you need, or wait when T2 drops when the price will be cheaper as it is now. Well, T2 will not necessarily make the price of T1 gear go down. It might actually do the opposites, because people will need tier 1 gear for traits. So it might actually cause tier 1 gear to go up. Also, everyone's going to be using their like extraction stones and stuff on T2. So no one's really going to be selling the T1 gear unless the price goes up. So that's another thing that's going to increase the price of T1 gear. It's probably the cheapest it's ever going to be right now. I mean, at least for the foreseeable future. Once T2's been out for a long time, then, you know, everything will go down. But this is probably across the board the lowest the prices are going to be for a good while. Seems like a very boring direction in design of equip stats. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I do think there's a lot of variety, though. Maybe not in the weapons. There's a crazy amount of armor and accessories that have every stat you can think of, though. I just think, like, when it comes to weapon, probably their thinking is, you know, if I want to use a wand and wisdom is my best stats, then I might be annoyed if the wand has, like, dex on it. You know what I mean? That's probably what they're thinking, like... People would complain either way, right? Like, you've got people on one end would complain about lack of variety, but people on the other end would complain about, like, why is there dex on a wand? You know, like, I don't want dex. So, it kind of goes both ways. Started playing very recently, was wondering what's the best way to farm blue growth stones. New question, but I haven't seen them as a reward for anything. You have a bunch of materials that you can craft into blue growth stones, so you just need to do that. You get those from contracts, you get them from running your dungeons, you get them from all sorts of things. So if you go to the corresponding merchant, like for weapon stones, you go to the weapon guy, armor stones, you go to the armor guy, and you'll be able to just craft them pretty easily. You shouldn't have really any trouble getting the stones that you need. I can craft 2,300 blue stones right now. But yeah, it's magic powder plus the corresponding ore plus polished crystals. And you can, like, combine these. So, like, if you have green magic powder, you can combine it into blue. If you have purple magic powder, you can dissolve it down into blue. So you can kind of mix these. You can combine these up or down a tier if you need to do that. And then the stones themselves, you can combine up and down a tier. So more than likely, you have materials to get these. They're probably just sitting in your bank. You don't realize that's what they're used for. So go and try to make some and see which one you're missing. And then I'll probably tell you what you should be focusing on next. Was on Xeroth just to get cheaper gears from PlayStation server. Xeroth too populated. It is definitely too populated. Let's go do some Shadow Crypts, so we can see how populated it is. Party full. I join an alliance party. Party full. I gotta join faster. Very true about the armor. They're far more interesting than many of the weapons. Yeah, the weapons, I don't think people are really even looking at the main stats on the weapon. They're looking at the damage range, and they're looking at the passive. Like, there's a great sword that changes the way our Gaia Crash works. We're getting that so that we can change the way Gaia Crash works. It doesn't matter what stat the thing has on it. It could have any stat, and we would still use it. Because the passive and the damage is what's important. Is that the Applebee? I need a healer. I am once again not in a group. Let's see if someone will invite me. I need you to not share with this anyone but the stream. How do you farm the fragments for the new Arc boss? I know Tevent with Ghost and Bellendir with Worm. But can you show a map where you go for the new areas and what to do? No. I've never farmed the new Arc boss. That was after I quit Korea. I don't, and even if, like... Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee when it comes to something like that it's even going to work the same in our version. I don't feel like farming fragments is really ever even that viable. Like, did any of you guys get close to an Arc boss weapon through farming fragments? Like, what's the highest number of fragments anyone farmed from following Bellendir around during the desert event? Like, did anyone get more than like 1 or 2 from doing that? Like, really? I don't know. That's always seemed like a meme to me, those events. Maybe I just didn't do them enough. But like how many fragments were y'all really getting from that? You farmed your Tevent bow? You farmed 180 fragments from doing that Tevent event. Did you? How many per event? Gotten 50 in the past 10 days. During November, I easily got 100 plus. Get on average 3 a day.
May your mind be at peace, even in the darkest of night.
I'm skeptical. That's kind of crazy. I mean, how much time does that take? You don't like Thunder Spirit? Are you testing builds? I did some testing this week, and I think that the poison is very, very slightly better. It's basically break even. Dude, I die so fast in this melee evasion gear. I just get eaten by wands in here, or by staffs. I mean, they're pretty close if you test them on the dummy. They're super close, and since the poison builds is a little more concentrated and a lot less specialization points, those two things caused me to kind of lean more towards the poison build. Because this frees up like 10 or 15 specialization points that I can spend elsewhere. Actually, it might be more than that, because I think Thunder Spirit alone is like 10. So yeah, this frees up some specialization points, and also it makes my damage spread out a little bit less. So Thunder Spirit will bounce to more targets, but my spears are already bouncing anyways. I don't need even more bounces after they already bounced. What I need is for the 3 or 4 targets that I'm bouncing to each take more damage, and that's what the poison does. So, honestly, like I said, it's not a huge difference either way. But the Umbral Spirit does spread out the damage a little bit more than I want it to, and it just, given how many extra points it costs, the Thunder Spirit rather, given how many extra points it costs, I don't think it's worth it. This crypt is so dark on my screen right now. Trying to play... maybe I should turn my brightness up. Trying to play in like a dark dungeon at this time of day when the sun's coming in behind my monitor is so... I can't see anything. It's not worth it unless you have a ton of free time. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like how much... So you're getting 3 fragments a day over like what period of time? Like what... Describe this process to me. Because that sounds like a lot. I feel like if you could get 3 fragments a day, everybody would be doing it. Is this just a big secret? I remember people talking about this event. And I don't remember anyone saying they were getting 3 fragments a day. I do not have a very good single target build on right now. Hey! 7 events currency. That's kind of weak, actually. Normally I get like 7 blues from those. Was that a regular treasure goblin? That wasn't even a Christmas one. I was like, where's my Christmas snackies, dude? Getting a non-Christmas goblin while it's still Christmas event, kind of cringe. Shouldn't those just all be replaced with the Christmas ones until the event overs? Come on. Come on. I even got my Christmas hat still on. I think that should increase the odds of getting a Christmas goblin. Hidden stats. I teleported too far. Alright, I'm solo fearing Tweaks. Tweaks, you're afraid of me. And you're dead. I actually have come to really like this Leap Fear skill. I hated it at first. It was so buggy and hard to use. But I've been practicing with it a little bit, and I really like it now. It's still buggy and hard to use, but I actually really like it. I think it's kind of more useful in smaller fights, actually. Like, I think in the large ones, it's too kind of laggy and chaotic. But in, like, little skirmishes, it's actually really good. Just, like, hit, like, 2 or 3 people at a time with it. And, you know, make sure that you're close enough to the target where they can't, like, outrange it and bug it out or anything. And it's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. It's better than Abyssal Cleave, which almost has the same cooldown. That's what I was using before. this stun skill that misses 80% of the time and has like a 38-second cooldown. It's like, what's the point? I might as well just put this jump on. Oh, that, see there, bugged out. Rip. Didn't say it was perfect. I do like it a lot, though. It has grown on me significantly. Invalid target. Gale Rush still bugs out constantly. They said something in the patch notes about it highlighting when there's like a friendly target that you can use. I don't really know what that means or if it's going to make it less buggy, but maybe tomorrow Gale Rush will work better. This is working a lot better now that I actually have a group. I don't like fighting in this main room because everyone I target still has their invincibility and I get baited. I pop my buffs and then lose all my stacks. Who is shooting me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't look over here. I don't know where those guys are going. Rip. Your opinion, staff bow is better than dagger bow? Most of the time, yeah. It depends. I think you could make an argument for dagger bow in arena or like Dominion events. Situations where you don't have a good group where you can rely on. But in large-scale content, the staff bow is definitely better. Tried not to hit Abyssal Cleave, finally dropped it, and I'm ecstatic. Yeah, same here, same here. I really wanted to make it work. Like, it's a good stun, you can hit multiple people with it, it's got good add-ons. I really wanted to make it work, but it's just too narrow of a cone. If they're moving at all, it's just, it doesn't lock on very well. And like to make it lock on, I would have to make other skills like precision dash also lock on. I don't want to do that, so I want to be able to free cast them. So it just wasn't worth it. I think if you're doing Spear Dagger PvE, it's probably still good to shock, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, can we fight in one of the side rooms, dude? I hate this main room. This main room does nothing for me. Did he just stealth my jump? That shouldn't be allowed. I was mid-air, dude. What a B-kill. I'm gonna die. Pop shield. Someone heal me. If I just get like a good pocket healer to keep me alive, I can just sit back and nuke. Just need a little bit of help. Honestly, in fights like this, I kind of wish that I was Greatsword Spear instead of Dagger. Like, the stealth is helpful every once in a while, but I think just having the extra stats from the Greatsword and the ability to, like, bonk somebody who jumps on me would be probably more fun. Nope, don't leave. Don't leave! See, like that, he just bonks me. Greatsword Wand. It's honestly such a cool build. I'm thinking about playing Greatsword Wand in Hyper Boost if they ever drop in a Hyper Boost server. Do you guys think they'll do a Hyper Boost server before? I got him with a dot. You love to see it. See, that's why Poison is king, even though I don't even know if I poisoned him. I don't know if I casted it. But if I had casted it, then that's why Poison would be king. People have been saying that we might get a Hyper Boost server before Tier 2. I don't think we will. But if we did, I would play Greatsword Wand. I think it would be fun. In early game gear, dude. I should not have done that. That was so... That was way overconfident. How many precious growth stones do you can craft? Do you think you'll have enough to craft a full T2 set? You need a lot. You need a lot of stones for T2. So it's like twice as many stones just to get to level 9. And then they added level 10, 11, and 12 on top of that. So I don't know the exact number. We could probably find out. But it is a ton of stones. And I have a gazillion. I have a gazillion stones. I can show you how many I have. It's a lot. I've been preparing for this my whole life. Tank, 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 tank. Stunned out of my jump feels bad. 2k melee evasion. Still feel like I'm getting stunned by greatswords every 2 seconds. No way they'll make a hyper boost so soon. Yeah, I don't think they will. It depends though. Like if they go all the way to level 55, they might. If they're just gonna add tier 2 to like the current gameplay rotation, then you know I don't think it's necessary. But if they go all the way to level 55, they might give us a hyper boost. I don't think they will though. I'm like 95% sure they won't, because they would have already announced it by then, because they would run for a month before, so that would be starting like pretty soon. So I don't think it's gonna happen. Hate it when Guild Rush would auto-target someone in a co-op dungeon and I jump to them. Spend half the dungeon run untargeting people. Yeah, I feel the same way. I had to constantly untarget or like retarget the boss if I wanted to Gale Rush. It would just keep saying like invalid target. I don't even know really what it was trying to do, because it wouldn't even target my ally. It would just like not target anyone. It would just bug out. That's not who I meant to Shadow Strike. Okay, I'm going to stand right here. This is a good place for me to stand. I can't reach anyone who's not a tank. I think anyone who's not a tank is dead. I think that's the problem. In these big fights, basically tanks and healers versus tanks and healers. How many zeros in a gazillion? It's about a gazillion zeros.
Never ever touch a monument stone or the abandoned armor when patrolling the
Yeah, you want to see?
The undead often hide.
You want to see how much crap I've accumulated? Honestly, my magic powder might be kind of low. This looks like a lot, but each of these stacks is only 200 purple powder. So that's only a couple thousand purple powder in total. Maybe 3k. We're looking pretty good on ores. Pretty good on ores. Weapon might be a little low. We want to make sure our weapons are leveled up real fast. I definitely have enough accessory. I don't even know if we're going to get T2 accessories, but if we do, I definitely have enough ore for that. And then armor's looking pretty good as well. I prioritize these in contracts, so. And then really good for material transmutation as well. I'm looking at probably around 3,000 to 4,000 purple polished crystals. We're definitely good on those. It actually might be the magic powder that bottlenecks me for a little bit. If anything, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to hit a bottleneck. We might just be able to max everything out. The thing is, I want multiple gear sets, so It'll be a grind either way. Even if I have enough for one set, we'll probably need a grind for the second one. Which is fine. Give me something to work on. The Spear Dagger will be important to build evasion or endurance. Most dagger builds are evasion because of the Shadow Walker passive. They enable you to get a lot more range and magic evasion than normally. And then with this update that we're getting tomorrow, one of the spear passives is also getting some range evasion on it. So yeah, I think it's probably going to be an evasion build. I don't really see any reason you would play it as endurance. If you were playing Greatsword and spear, you would play that as endurance. Although you could potentially play it melee range evasion once the update is in, because that spear passive is kind of like a mini Shadow Walker. It's not quite as good, but you could use it in the same way. You still wouldn't be able to play magic evasion, but you could play melee range evasion with Spear Greatsword, which is an interesting concept that I might play around with, since I already have the gear for it. A lot of people on this server are running melee evasion right now, so Greatsword Spear definitely has appeal to get that extra, 400 hit that you get from the Greatsword passive. Right now, it's really hard for me to find good targets. Everyone's a tank, and everyone who's not a tank has melee evasion. So it's like, I'm almost at the point where I'm like memorizing the people on the server who don't have melee evasion because there's so few of them. Like that guy. I can't shadow return! Maybe I should just throw it at the mobs near the tanks? That's probably a better strat. I have a mob targeting turned off right now, but I could click on them. Greatsword Spear running evasion. Mainly ranged and melee. How high can you get your range evasion? I would think you can't get it high enough right now. I think it could work once we get tomorrow's update, though. I mean, without the passive, like, you're gonna really struggle to get more than, what, 1300 ranged evasion? On plate gear? Even with runes. But tomorrow's update will help a lot. Because they're killing them too fast. Around 1200s? Yeah, I mean, 1200 range evasion is not much, right? It's not doing a whole lot for you. But if you start at 1200 and then you have a passive that gives you like 500 or 600 more, then that can work. Still kind of low though. Ah, I didn't channel my barrage correctly. Sag. Good heals. I love this guild. We don't have that many healers, but the ones we have are very solid. If you are a healer in chat, Fricked is recruiting. Please. Please, we need more. Should I single fear this guy? Every time there's a tank who's like really overextended like that, I just want to jump on him. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Enough is enough. Oh, he died. Oh, here we go. Nope, not that one. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a good target. Get him. He's one hit. Somebody. Randonger, no melee evasion at all? That's crazy, bro. I mean, honestly, it's probably a better build. I'm really surprised by the sheer number of people who run melee evasion here. I feel like it's not better than magic evasion. Like, I don't know. At the same time, in it depends on the size of the fight, because like in these war games tournaments that Blue is hosting right now, the spears are really eating at that like kind of 50v50 boonstone level of people. I actually think that's where spear shines the most. When you get into like really big fights, conflict bosses, siege, I still think staff bow is king, but this server does like so much, you know, boonstone and shadow crypt PvP that I can see why everyone's obsessed with melee evasion. Help! Help! Miss, 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 miss. See what I mean? Like, if I had that greatsword passive, we'd be landing way more hits. A little too far. A little too far. Getting air jailed now. This guy's always just letting me build stacks. It's very nice of him. Let me out! Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Got a nice front line. Got some heals in the back. Got some tanks giving me stacks. This is exactly what we want. Okay, I only got one stack of that guy. It's very sad. Now I gotta be useless for 10 seconds. I buffed way too early there. Really? I'm supposed to evade those. Ooh, we're in a little deep here. It's a good block. That was a very good block. Did you hear how many hits I just blocked? Let me out. Good target, good target. Finish him. No, it's just about to self. World boss in 5 minutes. Oh, is that already time? That went by fast, dude. No. World boss in 1 hour. I think. Yeah, there's one in 3 hours and there's one in 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour. Nighttime's over, though. What a lively Shadow Crypt. How many guilds you guys fighting in Shadow Crypt? There's probably like 10, 12 guilds down there. Finally found your guild. Yeah, I joined up with Brick on the Xeroth server. What's on crossbow? Will it fall off even more in T2? Yes and no. In general, people have better stats in T2, and crossbow is a very early game weapon, so it does continue to fall off to some extent. However, the tier 2 arc boss crossbow is apparently one of like the most insane things in the game right now. So at the very high end, it seems like it makes a comeback, but I think for your average player, it'll probably fall off a little bit more. Then again, I don't know, time to kill in general, when I played in tier 2, time to kill was very fast. So I feel like that makes crossbow good. It makes like bombing stronger. But that was like level 50 tier 2, not level 55 tier 2. So maybe it's slowed down a little bit at level 55. Spear's getting buffed with 400 accuracy bonus, so it's all good. No, that's actually going to be so strong. I'm looking forward to it. It means even more people are going to build melee evasion, though, probably, so. Okay. Well, we have an hour. Let's do some stuff. What up, dude?
The patrol manager told me that earlier.
Never ever touch a monument stone or the abandoned armor.
Let's look at the patch notes before I forget.
The undead often hide under those.
What about Greatsword Dagger, new T2 weapons? Greatsword Dagger looks really strong in T2. There's a good chance that I ditch the Spear altogether in T2 and just stick with Greatsword Dagger. Because it looks really good. It's a lot faster. I think it just plays better than it does in T1 in a lot of ways. It's still viable to purchase an Adentis or Geno right now? No. Absolutely not. If you're playing Greatsword right now, just stick with a Fury Warblade. Just stick with something that's budget. You don't want to be spending money on a weapon that's going to be obsolete soon. I mean, maybe... How cheap is Juno? If it was like under 1,000, I would say maybe. I mean, 900 Lucents. The traits are still kind of expensive, though. I don't know what this is in your server. I can maybe see an argument for getting a Juno. I think the Fury Warblade is perfectly fine, though. I think using the Fury Warblade for the rest of T1 is totally fine. It's a really solid budget weapon. Geno is 300 Lucent on your server. Yeah, you still gotta buy the traits, though. I mean, are you really trying to spend 2K on a weapon that you might only use for 3 weeks? Like, I don't know. If you didn't already have, like, if you don't already have a Fury Warblade and you're just building from scratch, then yeah, maybe. But if you already have a Fury Warblade, like, leveled and traded up, I would probably just keep using it. Juno is, it's not going to be a huge improvement. Okay, we have quite a small patch. Thought I was going to have more than this. Spear did not need its buffs already in global. They're doing fine right now as they are. Spear, I think Spear needs to be less tedious. I don't think it needs to be stronger. I think it just needs to be less clunky and tedious. They probably didn't need to give it a bunch of buffs. Also, though, I think a lot of that balancing is revolved around the Korean version of the game, and I can definitely see why Spear would be less impressive in the Korean version. Do I farm fragments of fishing? No. I actually need to do some fishing. I'm going to run out of my golden paste is going to expire soon. When does it expire? 5 days? Oof. I need to go fish 240 times. Surprised I didn't fix the Talus bug. You mean the Eridus bug? Or the many other similar bugs that are going around right now? Okay, 10-hour downtime. It's a long downtime. Due to an issue that caused the Startree Solstice Pass to close earlier than intended, we will be extending it to January 16th. All previous unlocked progress will remain intact. Premium Pass will no longer be purchasable after January 9th, though mission progress will still be available. Guild summon gates now properly last for the expected 3-minute duration. How long were they lasting before? 2 minutes? Combats made improvements to how beneficial effects of party members are displayed when you select only show my animations from the settings so that healing effects like Fountain of Life will still appear. Okay, so if you do only my animations, then you can still see your party members trying to heal you. That's probably a good thing. So you know where to stand. Saradoma, the dungeon token selection box awarded for successfully claiming chest spawns will now expire after 24 hours if not opened. So I wonder if that'll happen retroactively, because I got some Saradoma boxes that are just sitting there. I wonder if these will get a timer, or if I'll just log in tomorrow and it'll be like expired, gone. Or it might just be the new ones. But yeah, I think this is a good change. I think it's necessary. It's not hugely exploitable, but there's definitely some cheese with stacking these chests for like activity and things like that. Training dew, when one of your equipped weapons is at max weapon mastery, attempting to consume training dew will now show a warning after that experience that the experience will not apply to the capped weapon type. So yeah, that's fine. You don't accidentally waste your training dew. This whole system, like, the training dew is going to be gone soon anyways. This whole system is going to get changed, so it seems like an odd thing to be focusing on, but... Wargames respawn protection buff phone scenes blessing no longer applies in wargame matches. This is a really, really good change. And I think they should make it so that it doesn't apply anywhere in PvP. The respawn protection buff is one of the most annoying things that you have to deal with in PvP right now. I feel like it almost never functions as like respawn protection. It always functions as some way to like position in the fight. Maybe for something like a Dominion event where people could camp the respawn, I could see a shield there, but the idea that you need a respawn shield for like a conflict boss or a war game or siege, the fact that people can use respawn buff in siege and run all the way through the inner gates over to where the inner respawn point is completely ridiculous. So I hope they continue this and remove it or shrink it in other game modes as well. Adjusted the placement of the region details UI for available content and monster info. Okay, I don't know what that means. We'll have to see the new UI. Corrected differences in display of character hair color between the character creation screen and in-world models. Any of you guys try to dye your character's hair pink and then it came out like purple instead? Pretty massive fix. Controller. Party vote kick should no longer lock movement when using a controller. Okay. Fix an issue where initiating gathering while morphed would fail to display the gathering animation. A little bit of polish there, I guess. Improve the presentation of combat settings presets that were causing confusion when making settings changes that only applied during combat. Oh, is that the bug? Is that why my stats were getting messed up? Or were not saved to the preset and reverted when closing the window. There is now a current settings tab to show settings currently applied to your clients that allows you to make changes, which are saved and applied in real time. Individual settings presets are now applied persistently when activated, rather than only during combat mode. Okay, that's kind of obvious. Not really sure why that ever slipped through to begin with, but that's good. That's good that it's getting fixed, because this is one of the most annoying bugs in the game right now, is swapping presets and then your stats are all screwed up. Ornate Coin Shop. New items are up for grabs, including fresh titles, morphs, and Amatoy. Do you think it's going to be a Ruins Amatoy? Boy, I sure hope I get another Ruins Amatoy. Fix an issue where incoming damage not be reflected in player health bars doing 2-star. This was really big. Ah, that's a big fix. Okay, good. Yeah. Pushing dimensionals and not knowing how much health you have isn't great. Beneficial abilities no longer auto-target party members when your cursor is hovering over their name in the party list. Okay. Wouldn't you want it to, if you're hovering over their name in the party list? I'm not sure about that one. Spear Gale Rush ability now highlights as available on the hotbar when selecting a targetable ally. I don't know if this is going to fix any of the bugginess with Gale Rush. Highlights as available on the hotbar. Okay. I mean, will it work though? We'll see. Crossbow explosive trap detonation animation is now located on the effective target, not the player. Greatsword guillotine blade fix on-screen damage text not appearing when using the skill with AoE damage specialization. Brutal incision fixed on-screen damage text not appearing when using the skill on a poisoned enemy, while having the damage increase specialization active. That's really interesting that some of these specializations cause the damage to disappear. What do we think is happening there? Like, it's obviously a different version of the skill that's then being used. I wonder if that's got other... It reminds me of in other games. Like, this was a big problem in New World, where you would take an add-on for a skill, and then that skill would suddenly do like a different amount of damage, or it like wouldn't affect your crits properly, or it would always crit, or it would never crit. Like, there would be other modifiers to that skill that didn't carry over. It kind of reminds me of that. It makes me a little nervous. Sword retaliatory strike fixed enemy health bars not updating immediately when damage was dealt with this ability. Inter-server conflict fixed instances where some field bosses would appear at level 55 instead of level 50. I wonder if this is what was happening for bosses like Adentis, where they were like impossible to kill. I think Adentis is still going to be an awful boss to fight over, but maybe it'll be less awful now. Spear Unyielding Sentinel. This is huge. Now increases the CC resistance as each time the player is hit for up to 15 hits. Cooldown reduced to 24 seconds. So this is only the solo version. Which means we might see fewer spears buffing their teammates in PvP now. Because I want that 24-second cooldown. That 24-second cooldown is insane. That is so low, dude. That is so low for this skill. The fact that it gives you a 4K shields. There's going to be a new add-on that gives you increased CC and hit chance. Yeah, removes Unyielding Sentinel's base effects and instead grants hits and CC accuracy. So the hit is the big one here. I don't know if anyone cares about the CC accuracy with Spear, but having an extra hit chance buff every 24 seconds with Unyielding Sentinel, I mean, that's like pretty much every time you're bombing. Like 24 seconds is pretty good. A little bit of cooldown reduction, that should line up pretty well with just your overall javelin rotation. When you factor in the time to like build stacks and find a target, that's really good, dude. That might be too good in tier 1. It feels like something that's getting balanced for tier 2. It might be too good in tier 1. And then Nimble Steps now also grants ranged evasion each time a movement skill is used. Removed stacking mechanism now applies bonuses directly. So before you had to use multiple movement skills to get the CC resistance from this. Now you don't have to do that. You just use it once. And then you get ranged evasion as well. So you can't you don't think that's a joke, Solo? You think that's literal? People are popping off in Discord right now. Popping off about politics. Bro, it's a hilarious thing to say. It's so funny. Riot Games new MMO is coming out in 2 years. I will bet you $20,000 that Riot MMO does not come out in 2 years. Any takers? I don't have $20,000, but that's okay. I'll sell my organs if I have to. That's how certain I am that that's not going to happen. Eridus is probably fixed. It's like the orc bug. They didn't announce it. Eridus is probably fixed. I mean, that's optimistic. I'll be glad if it is, but I'm not so sure about that. Is that 2 calendar years or 2 developer years? Yeah, are these Earth years? Or are these like Mars years? Jupiter years?
Right. The patrol manager told me that earlier.
Pluto years? How long does it take Pluto to rotate the sun? Like a century?
Is that so? No wonder I got goosebumps when I walked nearby.
The new mastery update will allow us to swap mastery. Like skills. Swap mastery like skills. Yeah, kind of. It's like a skill tree. It's like a skill tree on a circle where there's multiple circles that go out from the middle. Like a very, very, very small version of the PoE skill tree.
Hey yo, now you don't have to sell organs.
Delirium, thanks for the prime. That will go towards my Riot MMO wager. 248 years for 1 rotation. Okay, I think that in the next 2 Pluto years, the Riot MMO will be released. They didn't fix the dimensional valley bug where people are jumping out of the starting circle and getting unlimited time. Jumping out of the starting circle and getting unlimited time. Oh, for dimensional trials? That bug's probably been in the game since Korea. Does it... I don't know. Does it matter if you have unlimited time or not? Like, because can you even place on the leaderboards if you don't have a timer? Like, you can push levels, but if you're tied in levels, do you even get the tiebreaker? I mean, that should get fixed, but I also don't think it's like matters that much if people are abusing it. I think the Eridus bug and other similar bugs, by the way, Eridus is not the only item you can do this with. There's a lot of bugs, a lot of similar bugs, but I think that's way more pressing. I mean, people are just walking around in PvP doing like 20% more damage than they can with, or than they should be able to with various bugs. You can do it with defensive stats as well. Like, it's that kind of stuff needs to get fixed. It's starting to feel like New World.
That wind from the ruins of Terrain always gives me the creeps.
I know.
Under 20 minutes, you skip stages.
In the direction
Yeah,
of
but
that undead
I don't know. Like, who cares?
Who knows what
Who cares if someone skips stages?
common in the hollows.
They still have to beat the boss. Is Xeroth peace for Archbella this week and Tevent next, or conflict? It's double arc boss, so it's both.
Armor when patrolling the ruins of Terrain. The undead often harm.
For next week, I don't know. I'd have to check.
Is that so? No wonder I got goosebumps when I walked nearby.
All right, almost done. Chat window now scales in size based on screen resolution. Fixed HTML code displayed in certain chat messages. I can no longer whisper you a virus via the chat. Material transmutation added sorting options to the material transmutation interface. Ooh. I don't know what that means, but it'll be fun to see. Amatory expedition. The selected duration of the previous completed expedition should now properly carry over when assigning a new expedition. Okay, I feel like this was already working pretty well. Guild search fixed an issue with search results not clearing sometimes when the window was reopened. Got it. Some of these fixes feel like you know, Friday evening, 4:55. Getting my fix in for the week. War games improve the team management window for easier assignment of team members. That's good. That's good. This needs some improvement. Inventory fixed an issue that caused inventory slots to not refresh after opening some full screen UI windows. I don't know what that means. Not refresh after opening some full screen UI windows. Okay, sure. Dimensional Trials corrected defeat progress info text that erroneously displayed X0 score multipliers. Item Allied Resistance Forces Contract Scroll 2 now has tooltip text. Auction House removed duplicate and non-functional search criteria. Oh, that's actually really nice. So all of this like repetitive nonsense when you like go to search for a trait, like half of these things don't even exist as a trait that you can get. There's no like boss ranged evasion traits, right? Like, so this window right here should be 5 times smaller, which is nice.
I know. I don't even want to look in the direction of that undead.
Fishing bait can now be locked in the inventory. I guess you don't accidentally fish with it. Not really sure what that would do. Auction House improved search reset functionality when clearing searches. This is really good. Clearing searches. Oh, it's only for console? No, fix it for me too. Combat fix some issues with no. Okay, yeah, a bunch of console changes. Console players, you can read through those. No one.
Is that so?
No one cares. How many console players do we have watching right now? Let's take a quick poll. Before I say no one cares, let's take a quick poll. Fishing change is a game changer. Yeah, here's my homework, sir. Exactly. Odd question, do you play standing up? Sometimes. Yeah. Definitely sometimes. Lou Memories. Thanks for the raids. What'd you get up to today? Welcome, everybody. We don't have pre-rolls, right? You guys can hear me? We should get another Tico Talks pretty soon. I think they're gonna. I think Tico will give us another video or another post pretty soon. All right. I feel like we're all patched up. We're all updated. Who would admit being a console player? Yeah. How are they even typing? You guys on your phones? Old guild disbanded. Got to listen to some people now. Yeah, my guild is disbanded twice so far. I think this one will last. Please, please last. Okay, so now what? Let's go run some dungeons. You're hyping SNS Spear, no one plays it? I don't know if I was hyping it. I was just saying out of all the Spear builds, it was going to be better than... People were talking about like Spear Staff, Spear Bow. None of that was going to work. The only weapons it was ever going to work with was Dagger, SNS, and maybe Greatsword. I think the Greatsword builds are just finally starting to come around now. Like, you have to build them really defensively, which makes them kind of like SNS, but I think they're finally starting to come around. But yeah, for a while there, I think the only viable spear combos were clearly Dagger and SNS. Play Spear Bow. I mean, you can play it with anything, right? But if we're talking about like competitive PvP, then Dagger was the obvious choice. SNS was the obvious second, in my opinion. How many guilds have you jumped? I have never jumped guilds. I'm loyal. But like I said, the guild that I'm in has died twice, so this is my third guild. What is a Dark Horse build? I don't know. Do we just mean like Dark Horse as it's used in general? Tico is on a beach in Barbados, enjoying your Lucent money. Hey, he deserves a vacation just like everyone else, okay? Tico does a good job. I like Tico. Tico's gonna make it so we don't have to run 5 dungeons every day. He promised. In his last letter, he promised us. Okay, so I have a bunch of gear that I'm probably gonna buy today. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, yeah. X. X. You guild dropped Tevent Greatsword today? Who'd you give it to? So it was the first week or something that everyone had to be back in the office at Amazon? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't care if people take Christmas vacation. It's whatever. I took one. You gonna remove the Christmas music? Oh, dude, I love the Christmas music. I don't want it to go away. I want it to be Christmas all year. Should I keep my hat and my snowman on until July? Can you guys hear me typing at all when I do this? Can you hear the clacking? Probably only when I'm not talking. Want Christmas for the entire year? It's very, very low. It's so much better than the old mic, right? I got sent this mic by Mono. They didn't sponsor me, but they did give me the mic for free. And they said that they just wanted me to try it and then put a link in Twitch. And they would send me a mic. So that's the link that you guys see there. If you're curious about this mic. I wasn't sure about it at first. I was like, man, this sounds pretty similar because I used the Elgato before and then I used the Blue Yeti before that. And I was like, yeah, this sounds pretty similar to the other condenser mics, the other USB mics that I've used. But, did we re-random? You can re-random and skip this. Did we? No, we picked torture. You can re-random queue. And you don't get penalty. No, if someone leaves, you can, instead of queuing back into torture, you can do another random queue, and then it'll take us somewhere else. It'll spin the wheel again. Yeah. Yeah, so usually when someone leaves torture, I just do that, because it takes too long. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't believe. But yeah, anyways, if you guys go back in my VODs from like a few weeks ago, you will notice that there's constantly like clicking and keyboarding in the background. And with this mic, there's like hardly any. Same with, you know, I live next to the freeway, so you'd always hear like kind of wind and noise in the background. I could never have my windows open. And with this mic, there's so little background noise. So yeah, if you guys are interested in checking it out, shout out to Mono for sending me a free mic. I think it turned out pretty good. Why would you even think of removing the Christmas hats? Well, it is January, and I'm told by some people that mid-January is too late to still have your Christmas clothes and your Christmas decorations on. This is just what I'm being told. Did a re-random just before the boss? Ooh, yeah, that's not... You want to do it... Don't do it at the very beginning. When people insta-leave, that's when you want to re-random. That's the tech. Only if it's torture, though. I don't really think the other ones you need to re-random. Probably locked him out. Do we even have a healer? Alright, who's doing the axe? Oh, yes, I love not doing it. You guys want to listen to Discord or no? Some people like hearing it, so they have, like, can hear who I'm talking to, and then some people don't like it. Nah, stun locking. I only have one stun on, so... Notice you have very little background. Sounds good. It's linked in the YouTube description as well. Those of you watch on YouTube. So I have a pinned link in Twitch, and then there's an Amazon link in the YouTube description. Ooh, -2. Sometimes you wonder who the streamer's talking to. What if I turned Discord on and it was silent? It turned out I was just talking to myself this whole time. Having full-on conversations. Guys, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Impunity, welcome back for 74 months. What are you up to, man? What are you playing right now? Want to swap weapons? Should I do now or wait for T2? We still don't have a date for T2, so I guess it depends on how badly you want to swap. If you're okay with waiting like another month and a half, then you could wait until Tier 2. I don't think Tier 2 is going to like suddenly drop next week, you guys. I think they would have said something by now. Moreland and the dead internet. Bro, they made that so much easier. That would have never gone through on KR. You ran out of time in like 10 seconds if you didn't do it in KR.
Now bring me more beautiful.
Yeah, everyone was locked in each room. Probably by T2 servers are gonna merge. Yeah, which will lower prices if you're on an early access server, but might actually raise prices if you are on a launch server. It's going to be interesting to see how those average together. NCS removing anytime server transfer ticket. Curious if you think AGS might do the same. I don't necessarily think that a Korean server merge implies a global server merge. But it might in this case. I do think that it's going to be a good time to merge in the global servers. If they chose to do that this month, I think that would be a very wise choice. I don't really think there's any like dead servers yet, but the population has lowered enough to where a merge makes sense. Someone mentioned they hinted T2 might drop March or something. At least the idea was before. Well, they said 3 to 4 months per content phase. It's been 3 months. Without getting any definitive news at this point, I'm predicting like second week of February. That's been kind of where I'm going with it, but obviously it's just a guess. We got some good DPS, dude. Sheesh. I don't think March. I think if they wait till March, everyone quits the game. That's too long. And I think they are cognizant of that. They've been pretty good with the pace of content so far. I don't think they're going to give us a 2-month content drought at the beginning of the year. That would be suicide. So Yeah, March is definitely too long. I think second week of February at the latest. That's my prediction. Alright, I have no idea if I can actually hold aggro, so Revik, you might be tanking. Oh, you've been cheating. I thought you were just out DPSing me this whole time.
Whose screams will I collect?
He has aggro skills on! Dude, I thought he was just doing more damage than me. I was getting all self-conscious. He's been cheating this whole time. It's like, how is my perfect Spear Greatsword PvE build getting out damaged? Alright, am I drinking? Who's drinking? I'm trying. Getting chain stunned. We want stuff on the ground? I guess the healers lead.
The execution.
I have way too much glitter right now. I can't see anything.
I had to retarget him there to Gale Rush. At least I'm kind of getting used to it now. It's still so annoying though. No Eridus fix. Very surprised by the lack of Eridus fix. Very, very surprised.
Now hold still.
They must truly be on vacation.
Try not to die too quickly. Oh.
Man, where did he get him down in like 2 cycles?
Now get in order.
Is somebody not dodging?
Your dark side.
Yeah, I'm 3. I'm locked. Alright, good.
Execution.
Nah, we got this. 2 cycle. Can't damage him until he does that. Now we go in. Big hits. Didn't crit. 30k non-crit, dude. That feels so bad. I'm like, what if it didn't crit? Okay, well, either way, that was the fastest Kaligra's kill I've ever done. Okay, well, almost. He barely got out. Barely got out with 3% there. Ugh, just kill him. Don't even save me.
Tremendously.
Decorated champion crown. Just what I was hoping for. She has an excuse to not get kicked in prison lobbies. Which one? Any tip on surviving more on GVG, arc boss fights, even without healer, traits, etc.? I mean, typically magic and range evasion, or magic and range endurance, are how you stay alive in really, really big fights, like arc boss fights. It's a little bit more up in the air now with spear. A lot of people are running melee evasion and everything now. But, yeah, typically range and magic evasion / endurance are the way you stay alive in those big fights. Having a healer definitely helps. You can avoid dying to spears by just not being clumped. Might be easier said than done, though. Another item for fail stack. I'm in your server? Maybe you're on my server. Who was here first? I've only been here for a couple weeks. It's probably not me. We're all playing Wand Greatsword for Hyper Boost. I was here first. Did you just transfer this week? This is actually the first Tevent I think I've done on this server. I think I was out of town for the other ones. One greatsword? Yeah, dude. For global hyper boost. I don't think we'll actually get one. Not yet. Remember when I first started, I wanted to be Staff Greatsword, but got warned off the idea? I feel like Staff Greatsword was one of the more underrated builds. I don't think it deserved as much hate as it got. Double markers only, this guy says, for his Tevent PvE group. I think they kind of made it for a Western audience initially. Same with Trials, bows only for DPS. Yeah. That's not going to change anytime soon, by the way. That's only going to get worse. Korean meta is like 5 bows and a healer. Is this tier 1? Alright, tank it. No one's allowed to move for mech. He's doing it! He's doing it! Oh, oh! He's faltering! He didn't help you at all, dude. Oh. That's funny. I thought we were doing tier 2s. They put me in this tier 1. Staff Greatsword has issues with some things, but every combo does. Even the meta ones. It does some seriously cool shit. Well, just having like the Greatsword hit and health on a staff is already pretty good. Like that's pretty comparable in damage outboost to like using a dagger staff. Same thing with like Greatsword. If you play Greatsword with dagger, yeah, you're getting the crit and the crit damage. But if you play with a staff, you're getting the skill boost increase, which is not nothing. It's a good combo. And also, melee and magic are the two magic types that like you can't really defend against simultaneously. You can do melee range, you can do range magic. No one really does melee magic, so if you can do those two damage types, then you're a lot more versatile than any other builds in terms of who you can kill. You can pretty much kill anyone. That's the only build where you can pretty much kill anyone with it. Kind of hard to stay alive. Kind of hard to stay alive with it, but... Alright, we got Tevent in 11 minutes. I'm going to restart. I don't think I have exit lag on. My ping has felt really high today. Yep, I am correct. Forgot to launch it this morning. Let's see how much of a difference it makes. I'm at 140 ping. 217. Let's move around a little bit. Okay, it just kicked in. I was trying to get one more tick. Zero ping? Wow. What an improvement. Let's see, 101. What? We making groups for Tevent? 72? That's pretty big change. Pretty good. 89. Still not great, but that's what I get for playing an East Coast server from West Coast. Suppose the same would apply for Spear Staff then, with melee magic mix. Well, the problem is the Spear passives are not nearly as good as the Greatsword passives. And, I mean, Spear is very situational. You can't just, like, pick someone with the Spear and kill them. So, even if someone didn't have melee evasion, if someone had range magic evasion and you were playing Spear and Staff, I think you might still struggle to kill them. I don't know if the Spear on its own. If it was a big clump and you're bouncing Spears, then you would get them. But I don't really think it has that same kind of versatility as Greatsword Staff, where you can just like pick someone and know that they're going to die. Mainly for like Arena. Like playing it in Arena I think is really good. Playing Greatsword Staff in Arena can be really good. If you play Staff Spear in Arena, I think you just get destroyed. Personally. That would be my guess. For Arena was insane, and large scale you were just a tanky staff running around. Like, why do I have a dentist on my back? Yeah, I still think it's nice though for like when you get jumped on. I mean, obviously in very large scale, it's just straight worse than staff bow. But it's nice. It's nice to have a dentist that you can pull out when somebody jumps on you. Mainly a small scale skirmisher though. Can you give us a rotation for Spear Greatsword for bosses? Yeah, so if you look at the skills I have, half of these are just buffs. You don't actually need that many damage skills because the damage you do have is really, really high. So this is for group PvE. We initiate with Gale Rush and Frost Cleaving. Both of these are attack speed buffs. And then you could, before that, you could pop Sentinel's Bastion and Willbreaker. I don't know if it matters that much which order you do these in, but these two are more for your group. Willbreaker and Sentinel's Bastion are more for your group, although they help you a little bit as well. So you get these buffs going, you get the double attack speed, you pop Precision Dash for the heavy attack, and then once all your buffs and your attack speed and everything is up and running, Precision Dash, this needs to be the last thing you pop because it's got the shortest duration. But then you Shock with Stunning Blow. I've got the damage increased on Stunning Blow, so that makes the Death Blow hit harder, which is next. And then after the Death Blow, we go into Phoenix Barrage, which then increases the damage of the next skill, so we use Guillotine last. And then this Javelin Surge also increases your damage and increases everyone else's damage. So you could throw this like maybe right before the Precision Dash, or sometimes I'll throw it in between the Death Blow and the Phoenix Barrage. But if all your attack speed is like up and running, then you can pretty much just throw the Javelin Surge at the beginning as well and get all the buffs going. And then you do Shock, Death Blow, Phoenix, Guillotine. Once you've run through all that, you use Calling Arc with Critical Burst. You cast this twice. That'll give you 5 burst stacks if you have a lot of crit, which you should for this build. And then with 5 burst stacks, that allows you to use Brutal Fury 3 times. This will hit 15 times, which is crazy. And if you have a bow in your group, you'll get a ton of cooldown reduction from that. And then pretty much everything will be ready to go again. And you just keep running through it. It is group. For peace, it's group. Link. According to my eidetic memory, it's based on group, and the conflict is based on guild. But you're right that peace, you can die in peace and it doesn't matter. That's one of the things that always made me laugh in Ethereum when they were like, don't die, don't lose your contribution. It's like, it literally doesn't matter. It's a peace boss. The only thing you lose is the time to run back. Well, you get contribution from healing. The healing counts as damage, kind of. Like, we don't know how much it counts, but that's what they told us. It's really tanks that get shafted. Also, it keeps you alive. Like, healers allow everyone in your group to DPS more, and since it's group contribution, then that's nice to have. They're arguing about loot distribution in Discord. Peace mode bosses and guild raids. When a peace mode field boss dies, all players are sorted by individual player contribution. A guild's overall contribution does not play a role. Players must meet a minimum contribution to be eligible. There are 2 types of drops. Contribution, each item is distributed based on chance according to individual contribution. Random drops. Item is randomly provided only to remaining players who did not receive one of the contribution drops. Example, assume that a field boss drops the following loots. Contribution drops, 1 sword, 1 mask, 1000 solent. Random drops, 1 boots. Assuming you've met the minimum contribution described above, if your contribution was 3% of the total contribution, you would have a 3% chance of acquiring either the sword or the mask. All players that met the minimum contribution would have an equal chance of acquiring the boots, regardless of total contribution. Any player who receives epic equipment is unable to attain a second piece of epic equipment from the same boss. Maybe it's not based on groups. Maybe I'm wrong. So up here it says when an enemy dies, loot is assigned to the player. If the player is in a group, the loot is assigned to the player's party. But then here it says all players are sorted by individual player contribution. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is individual. Well, it's confusing because it says above that when loot is assigned, it gets distributed to your group. But then for Peace Boss, it says individual player. A guild's overall contribution does not play a role. It doesn't mention the group here, though. Alright, we better hurry up and get out there. Is Staff Spear stronger than Longbow Spear? I mean, no one really plays either of those builds, so I couldn't tell you. There's very little synergy between Staff Spear and between Longbow Spear. I guess you could argue, like, maybe some extra range for the Bow Spear. I don't think it's a good combo. Unless you're doing strictly PvE, you could make it work in PvE. We'll need to use the flame specializations for those. We need to try that rotation. Yeah, I like this one a lot more for PvE. I could see an argument for the flame specializations if you were doing dagger, but I think greatsword spear and PvE just works a lot better. You don't have, and you also don't have mana issues, which is nice. Eat my jelly. Eat my veggies. Eat my attack speed. I think I said 3. Oh, there's no 3. Only 2 portals on this server? That's crazy, dude. Alright, they're saying 2. Man, maybe there's not 1,000 people at Tevent. Maybe there's only like 800. Dead server. Thoughts on Spear Wands? Spear anything will work in PvE. In PvP, I wouldn't play Spear with anything except for Dagger, SNS, or Greatsword. Leaving guild and change server still have penalty. If you change servers, it will reset the cooldown on your leaving the guild. We got 2 portals on EU servers too. Well, it's not just on EU server. I'm pretty sure every server is different. It's based on how many people are online in that particular server. I don't think it's region based. Ooh, look how zoomed out I am. Getting 60 FPS. Pretty sure it's server-based. I mean, yeah, server-based would be the only thing that would make sense. Doing it region-based wouldn't make any sense at all. You could have a server that's completely dead and a server that's completely populated in the same region. You had 3 portals on Adriana. Warnock, did you guys get anything? Can you check and see how many people participated? Because you can go into your distribution and then click on an item, and it'll say, like, for this Talus, 54 players participated. Seems low. That might have been the middle of the night. $111 players on this Azrael. We had 971 at Bellendir. So, yeah, if you click on a piece of Tevent loot, it'll tell you how many people participated. It's probably just in that one portal, though. Tevent on Ezekiel had 3 portals. It sounds like these guys are used to having 3 portals. They all sounded pretty surprised that there was only 2. I mean, imagine we are on the Tevent boss with Guild. You died before the boss dies. When you die, you saw a purple item is on you. After you resurrect, if you left the current guild, can you take the item? I don't know anyone who has tried to do that. Are you asking for a friend, or? I mean, if you try it, let me know what happens. It would be good to know. It'd be good to know. Do we have anyone who's tried quitting guilds when the item is on the ground before picking it up? How to get 3 portals? You just have to have a lot of people on the server. Apparently the server doesn't have that many people. Honestly, it kind of makes sense because I think everyone on this server, like the vast majority of most servers are casual players. And I think Xeroth has scared away all the casual players. So in a weird way, even though the PvP is by far the most active here, it wouldn't surprise me if the overall population was actually lower. That kind of makes sense. Because it's only the PvPers. Like, everyone else is like, fuck this server. Should be able to pick it up still? Well, he's asking if he can leave the guild and pick it up just for himself. And skip the guild distribution altogether. You see what I mean? That way he doesn't have to rely on his guild giving him the item. He's asking if he can ninja loot the item from his guilds. And I don't know. I've never tried it. Never tried leaving guild mid-fight. Or mid-drop. Okay, a little laggy. A little laggy. It is possible that I should have turned my settings down. Now it's working. The cooldown reduction right now that I have is completely insane. Okay, my skills stopped working. Now we're back. We're back. I don't think the arm's gonna break. They're saying hit the arm. Nope. Nope, not gonna happen. Alright, here we go. We got a wand. That's it. That's all we got. That's a really old PC command, by the way. Try to put the voice language in Japanese. It's more sick. It is. The Korean voices are actually really good for this game, too. Okay, well, that was Tevent. Let's see how many people were hitting him. 567 people in Portal 2. I wonder how many were in Portal 1. I feel like 600 people in one portal is too many. I think a third portal would have been appropriate. If it's your drop, it would drop as your item, so it should go straight to the bag, I would say. What is that based on? I don't think there's any possible way to know how it would work. Unless when you leave, all contribution gets lost. Well, if you leave, then... Like, if you leave the instance, you can't go back in. So if you leave, the item just poofs. Nobody gets it. But, I mean, if you leave the guilds, the item's still on the ground. I would think that it would just go to your bag. But maybe it remembers... My guess is that it goes to your bag, but I don't think anyone's ever tried it. Server has 217 MS ping. Not as bad as Talandra. Your server has a 200 ping? What does that mean? Wondering what specs you had to handle that fairly well. Yeah, I probably should turn settings down. I'm trying to see what this PC can actually handle, but probably for the next peace boss, we'll turn it down. It works pretty well in conflict. In conflict, enough people are dead that I can keep my settings turned up. But for peace, I think we're gonna have to turn it down. 600 people in one fight is just too much. Are we doing more runs? Oh yeah, I want to do that. Probably. True. We're trying to decide if we can do torture chamber trials with no tank. What do you guys think? We've been running Carmine with no tank, and it's been pretty smooth, actually. Torture might be a different thing. What CPU, GPU do you have? I've got the 9800 X3D and the 4080 Super. By a 5090, 100 FPS on Arc Boss. I don't think a super crazy graphics card does enough for this game. I think the CPU is a lot more important. I've had so many people join our server that conflicts are now worse than Arc Bosses. Oh, conflicts are great here. Everybody's dead. I don't get any lag. There's like less than 100 people on the screen at all times. Everyone's just a gravestone. Do we want to do some tankless Carmines in the meantime? Or do we have a tank? You see the 50, 70 announcements? Honestly, I don't really pay attention to any of the hardware stuff. I only get a new PC once every like 4 or 5 years, so I pay a lot of attention during a really short period of time, which is like 1 week when I'm making a new PC, and then I completely don't pay any attention for 5 years. I had to stop using Greatsword because the guillotine lags out too much. Yeah, unfortunately, all the charge skills can lag out a lot. Playing WoW for 15 years, mainly preferred PvP. Do you recommend the game in terms of mass battles and easy access? You can gear up for PvP in this game. I would say fairly easy compared to most games. I don't know what gearing up looks like in WoW. I haven't played it in a long time. But in this game, you can max out after like a month or two if you know what you're doing. So, and even if you don't max out, there's definitely PvP that you can participate in where you're still going to be relevant. There's a new tier of content that's going to be released probably within the next month or so. So that will create a gap between like ungeared and top geared players for a little while. And then after a month or two, it'll become easy again. So in terms of access, I would say better than most games, but you're still going to have to grind. And then in terms of like the mass battles, they can be really fun. I think it depends on your guild and your server. It's going to be really dependent on your guild and your server. If you're in a guild that's able to compete, then you're going to have a lot of fun in the big fights. If you are not in a competitive guild, then you're probably just going to get blasted, and I don't think that will be a lot of fun. You can also do 3v3 arena. That's pretty accessible. There's 70 versus 70 fights. There's 48 versus 48 versus 48 fights. So those are probably the most fun. But again, it's going to require you to find like an active competitive guilds that's doing those fights. So kind of depends. Doing research in the state of Georgia with my expected salary and 2 doctorate degrees. My state tax would be anywhere from $15K to $87K. What are you talking about? They said I am in the wrong stream. I was watching BDO because I posted this. It sounds like you're in the wrong stream. How much time does it take to farm all of these solo? You won't really farm anything solo. You'll be joining groups to do all your farming. To get all your gear. You're going to be running a lot of dungeons, and the dungeons are all 6-man dungeons. You can't solo them. There's some tasks that you can solo, but the majority of your progression is going to be done in a group. So again, depending on who you're playing with, that's going to really make or break if you're having fun, I think. Pushing the higher tier PvE dungeons is also really fun. Like, even as a PvPer, I really enjoyed pushing the high tier PvE content, but only when I'm with a good group. I don't like pugging it. Pugging it is miserable. But if I'm playing it with like a group of friends who are, you know, not potatoes at the game, then like pushing the higher tier challenge PvE content is actually really, really enjoyable. You like Greatsword Spear in PvP, what you didn't like? It's too squishy. The biggest problem is that you die. If anyone CCs you, you die. You don't have the dagger stealth to get out of stuff. So you have to play it probably with a lot of endurance. It's the only way that I could see it working. The dagger version is just a lot easier to pull off. That's why most people are doing it. I think you can make it work with the Greatsword, and there's a lot of benefit to doing that. The extra hit will help. Having precision dash, having the ability to just, you know, blow up single targets. I think all that stuff is really nice. But the spear dagger combo is just a lot easier to pull off. You would need, I think, a pretty specific build to make the greatsword work. What happened to Raven Dawn? Everyone quit that game back in like April or something, didn't they? May? That was a long time ago. This game is not designed to play solo, especially PvP. Yeah, I mean, you can queue for things solo, but you're not going to farm anything solo. You're still going to end up in a group, even if you're playing solo. Yeah, I think we just need another DPS. Trying to get a 6th right now. Going to be away for 3 years and come back and whale some more? Okay. You're 100k deep on your education, or you're 100k deep on buying items in video games? Sounds like you're talking about the video games. Did you spend 100k on BDO? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Do you feel like you've gotten your money's worth? Have you heard anything about Spear ignoring evasion or endurance? It definitely doesn't ignore evasion. At all. I get evaded constantly. I don't feel like it ignores endurance either. I hit a lot of people for 200 damage. I'm sure there are specific circumstances in which evasion and endurance don't work. You might be talking about the bounces. Like if you hit someone, the bounce of the spear seems to ignore the stats of the secondary targets. It seems to go off the stats of the main target only. So I think in that sense, they might be onto something. Like, if I hit a target who doesn't have melee evasion and the spear bounces, then I don't think the other people get another chance to evade that. I think only the main target gets a chance to evade that.
You're pretty tough, aren't you? These are the kinds of contracts
Which, I mean, I don't necessarily know if that means it's ignoring evasion. I think that might just be the intended outcome. You know what I mean? Because the effect of the skill is that it bounces and hits other targets. So, if it hits the main target, then the attack is landed, and the effect of the attack is that it bounces. So, it's unclear if the design intent is to give the secondary targets another chance to evade or endure when the main target has already gotten one. $100k on BDO over 8 years. That seems like a lot. Shouldn't you be able to max out with like 1/10 of that? I don't remember BDO being that expensive. It's kind of crazy. Oh, I don't need to come up here. If you die to spear AoE damage when chasing someone down 5v1, can't really complain about it being OP. Yeah, I don't know if that exact circumstance is the one people are complaining about. I think Spear is new, and a lot of people are complaining about it because it's new. I think it's also putting up big numbers in things like the tournaments. And How many people are allowed to play in the tournament? Like, what are the team sizes? Do you guys know? Is it 48? I don't know how many people blue allowed to. But I mean, 50v50 is like the perfect size for a spear fight, so I think it makes sense that it's gonna perform really well in that setting. In Siege, what I've seen so far is that the majority of high-performing players are still staffed bow, but there are a handful of spears that are up there, so we'll see if that continues. I think a lot of people are kind of like wising up to spear and are starting to like feud spear dagger players and are starting to not clump up so much and are just kind of starting to like play against it a little bit better. So yeah, we'll see. I'm still convinced that bow staff is a better build overall, even if the spear puts up like more kill shots or more damage on a war game. I'm still convinced that the other abilities that the bow staff has, like Tornado, are more useful overall. But you know, spear's new. People aren't used to it yet, so there's going to be some complaints.
This Knight of Katarina expresses his deepest gratitude. I shall not forget this.
Thanks for answering questions. You're doing great.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for the 5. I appreciate that. Love to gamble at BDO. Been fully geared over 6 times. Okay, so you've gambled 100k on BDO. You've maxed out 6 times? Have you considered gambling in real life? I think you might have more fun. And I mean, if you get really lucky, you could max out in BDO like 20 times, right? I have done some gambling in BDO. It's pretty good. As far as gambling in games go, it's pretty good. One of the better gambling games. However, still doesn't really come close to like a no-limit hold'em game. Depending on the buyout. Way more adrenaline in a no-limit hold'em game. I would surely be broke. I mean, just win. You're only broke if you lose. Corsair Void Pro. This is taking so long. Okay, you finally called it out. We're gonna hit the wrong one. Okay. Tanky boys. Didn't die. Usually we get one shot by that. It looks like mean. Okay, good job, good job. And then 50-50, let's go. Oh, I got it wrong. So close, so close. Just had to wait 1 second. You asking his net worth or my net worth? My net worth is negative. I thought that my student debt was going to get cleared. I was promised by a certain politician that $20,000 in debt would be forgiven. That didn't happen, so I'm still in the negative. I'm so glad I spent all that money on college so I could stream video games for a living. Who are we waiting on? Red, green, blue, yellow, teal. They did good. They did good. All right, can we kill him in one cycle? Cannot attack other players. See what I mean? Like, Gale Rush is just such a bad skill. Like, what do you mean cannot attack other players? Just work. I don't even have a player as a hostile target. Like, why is that even a consideration that it would have to make? I could understand that bug if I had, like, an actual player as my hostile target, but I have a mod. Like, it makes no sense. You're only 15K from student loans? Oh, Revik +1, Soski -1. Turning out to be a streamer is just luck? I'm sure. I'm sure it is. No debt and student loans. Thank God for trade schools. Yeah, I mean, I majored in philosophy, so I wouldn't say I had a plan. I don't think anyone who majors in philosophy has a plan. Fastest way to get growth stones? You probably have a bunch of materials to craft growth stones. You need to just go to the merchant in town and see how many you can make. So if you want to make weapon stones, then you go to the weapon guy. If you want to make armor stones, you go to the armor guy. I'm really excited for the bug that's going to fix our health bars not updating in these dungeons. It's going to be a good fix. Oh, there it is. We need to kill one mob. For what? For Stellarite? Oh, yeah, that's on 24/7. Bro, you don't... it's like 200k Solon today at most. This guy goes, wait, you could just buy Stellarite? Oh... This guy's been playing since Korea. What do you mean you can buy Stellarite? Never believed you could progress in this game without paying to win, but I'm 4078. Yeah, it's really not hard to progress without spending money. I haven't spent any at all. I think it's confusing when you first start playing. You're like not quite sure what you're supposed to be doing. But once you get a hang of the game, it's really not difficult to progress compared to other pay-to-win games. This is by far the easiest Korean game that I've ever played to max out in. Like, it doesn't even come close. Wait till he turns, and we go. And Dawn's dead. dragon. 200 million solid. Are you max runes now? No, some of my runes are still like 48. We're working on it though. We're working on it. Your Tevent is still going? Your conflict Tevents?
I'll get my revenge.
Alright, hold on. I gotta focus up for a second. That's a lot of DPS. He phased really quick. Okay, he's going here to here. Don's running the right way this time. That's good, that's good. Cutting it a little close there. A dash just in case. I should have left a second sooner. Okay, colors. Blue, teal, red, green. Blue, teal, red, green. Oh, you can just start fully damaging him right off the bat. That's kind of dangerous though when he's dodging or when he's charging. Okay, we shouldn't get a fourth one here. Now we can pump. That was a sloppy rotation. Not yet. We can probably do it after. We can probably do it now? Yeah? Okay, I'm under the worlds. Brother, why am I not blocking today? Pretty good damage, but probably not enough to one cycle him. Well, no, he's gonna be like, yeah, not enough. Not enough. Pretty good though, 9%. Might be worth popping food. Clean this up a little. Okay, we want to not be on one of the circles when the color spawns or gets done. Green, blue, teal, red, green, blue, teal, red, green, blue, teal, red. Okay. Almost died. Take this thing out here. Oh, it's chasing Dawn. Gotta be careful with stamina here. Easy clear. 13 minutes. Could be faster. That first wipe cost us a couple minutes. Do we food? Yeah. I have a hard time getting Solent because of the runes. It's too costly to craft. I even sell my stone just to get Solent. Just don't craft runes then. Instead of dissolving, just start transmuting. You can transmute at a low level as long as you pick the question mark. You can start doing this like right away at level 1. If you don't want to craft greens and blues, if you only want to do blues, just transmute and always pick the question mark, and it'll give you a box that you can open later. And it'll save you a lot of solent. So you don't have to craft the boxes if you're struggling with solent. You would stop crafting them at level 40 anyways. Once your runes are level 40, you would stop crafting the boxes anyways, and you would only transmute at that point. So you could just start doing that a little earlier if you are broke. But yeah, if you're struggling with solent, the biggest way to get more is just going to be to use solent bonus food when you're grinding your abyssals. Want some Bow Expo for PvE content? It's one of the top PvE builds right now. It might be the best one for speedrunning. Bow plus anything in PvE right now is really, really good because of the cooldown reduction. There's some groups that are running like 5 bows. I want to say tier 5 or up gives out better runes and chances of chaos runes. Tier 5 only gives blue runes. That's why we run tier 5. And then, yeah, the chaos rune. The chaos rune is nice. If you get lucky, the chaos runes are real nice. I mean, that's the real long game, is getting good chaos runes. What about selling Precious Marand? Yeah, you can sell your Precious Marand. I sell mine for Lucent, personally, because, you know, my solent's pretty good. But if you're really low on solent, then you can sell Precious Marands. That's probably going to become more of a thing in Tier 2. People are going to need a lot of solent in Tier 2. Just upgrading your gear from 9 to 12 can be very pricey. So people will run out of solent in Tier 2. Especially if we can do material transmutation for Tier 2 gear. You're going to spend a lot of money on material transmutation. So, yeah, right now solent is going to be like as easy. This is the easiest it's ever going to be to have a lot of solent. I'll put it that way. It's only going to get harder from here on out. So I would definitely recommend you get in the habit of running 50% solent food every time you do your abyssals. Is there a website or tool you recommend for finding builds? I use Questlog. Pretty much anyone who makes builds or build guides is going to upload their character onto Questlog. Pretty easy to use once you get the hang of it. So much damage from that mean goblin, dude. I guess it's stubborn? Okay. I don't have any single target for this. Grumpy. They're standing too close. I tried to use Brutal Fury for single target, but they were standing too close. Just leveled up his staff bow. My first epic drop were daggers. Should I try it? No, don't change builds just because of a drop. You'll get lots of drops. You're gonna get all kinds of epics as you continue to play the game. I wouldn't change builds because of that. If you don't like staff bow, then you could make a change. But that time it wasn't me. I would definitely not change builds just because of a drop you got. Which server do I play? Xeroth. I just see what I looted. Might be some good stuff in here. I haven't seen a skill damage resistance rune. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, it's gotta be this one. I haven't seen a skill damage resistance rune in like a week. Very unlucky. I just get like collision resist over and over again. Good DPS. Eating steak? Alright. This is a steak run. We're gonna one cycle the boss this time. That's the goal. After color mechanic? Oh, I guess after the color mechanic, then charge. Yeah, okay. I always block too soon there, but I think it still works. You get gem chest from Battle Pass. Blues also sell for 432k. Yeah, I don't know if that's the best thing to spend your star crystals on, but if you just get it for the regular Battle Pass completion, then I would definitely choose the blue ones and just vendor them. You can also vendor the precious stones that you get for filling out the lithograph book. So you should be kind of filling out the lithograph book anyways for trade unlock stones, and then a lot of those will come with precious stones that you can vendor for Solent. Does it get anything good? We got Tevent Wand, which is good for wand users. You know, if you're into that kind of thing. We really want daggers. I really want daggers. I've never been in a guild that gets daggers. I swear it's always wand, great swords. Seen some bows. Never, ever, literally seen a pair of daggers drop in any guild that I've been in. Kind of insane. Probably seen each of the other weapons 10 times. 0 daggers. Guild got a Tevent bow after their long fights. Well, I think we should get 2 daggers today. Any advice for any active EU server? Mine's completely one alliance. There used to be 2, now there's a monopoly. Sounds like the server with the hour-long Tevent's got some competition. What server is that? Doesn't really matter how much damage you do in that first phase. He does his mechanic at 90%. And we get him to 90 pretty much instantly. I thought that axe was coming for me. I was about to be scared. Yeah, you're good. A little early there. I think I'll only take 1 tick of damage though. Okay, green, blue, teal, red. Green, blue, teal, red. We'll let him charge. Let him charge 2 more times. Okay, we popping everything. Trying to debuff him so my Guardian will do more. Everyone else's Guardians will do more. I need to not be on that side. He's gonna charge. And big dodge. Oh, we're putting up numbers. So we might get it. I'm being a little greedy. I'm not stepping out when I should. Okay, he's gonna do another charge. Wait, what? Did he? He skipped. He skipped! That's BS, dude. That's BS. I guess if you push too hard, he skips the second charge. That's annoying, because we've killed him in 1 phase before. Bro, he died in a really unfortunate spot. Okay, green, blue, teal, red. Green, blue, teal, red. Oh, I meant to dash past him. That's not good. Okay. 10:42. That would have been so fast if we one-cycled. It's interesting that he'll skip ahead like that. It was peace for you guys? No, peace to heaven wouldn't last. There's peace to heaven would never last longer than a few minutes. It's peace. You just burn it down. The only bosses that last a long time are the conflict ones. Yeah, I'm good. Good on that. Festival of Fire. We could do Festival of Fire. Oh, yeah. Actually, scaled down spear might be kind of crazy. You don't think so? We could do one more. Oh, I got one. It's only 52 though. Really thought it'd be higher than that by now. Okay. I got 3 upgrades. Better than nothing, I guess. So let's get this melee evasion in my Dark Slayers. And then which one's low? They're both 52. Okay, I'll put skill damage resist in the Adentis. Just looking at these other weapons. Too many weapons to keep track of. Was it the thing I got? Belts. Melee hit chance, melee hit chance. That's a big upgrade. 51 to 57. Okay. Now I'm 4274. Huge gains. How'd you guys Tevent go? Peace Tevent was just Peace Tevent. We got a once. That's about it. Conflict is going to be in 1 hour. That'll be the juicy one. We're trying to decide what we want to do right now. We're going to go do an event, or we might just go do nighttime crypts. Adriana's where stay healthy from Windshaper transferred, mainly Italian server. Are you asking my opinion? I don't know any of the... I don't know any of the EU servers. $1834, loot was picked up. That was a 30-ish minute fight. That's pretty good. Yeah, 30-minute fight over Tevent is pretty good.
You're pretty. Here's the Pure Light Tower contract.
Don't really need polished crystals. Even though it's tier 2, I'm gonna skip that. There we go. I kind of don't need parchment anymore. I've got a few skills that I could still max out, but they're not like the most important ones. It's very Italian and Romanian. No clue what 80% of world chat is saying. Doesn't it get translated? Dude, that was half the fun of playing on the Hyperboost server. You had Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Russian. You had... Okay, game crashed. You had like 12 different languages in world chat on Hyperboost. That was a good time. Personally, I wouldn't come here. We are considering leaving because performance is so bad now. I wouldn't be able to play on Xeroth if I didn't have the new PC. Trying to play on this server on my old PC, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, dude, there's no way. I'm out of here. All right, I'm going to get some water real quick. Revik, do you have purple running in the background? I was having that same issue, and when I stopped having purple running, like I turned it off of startup, that issue went away with OBS. Yeah, because I would log into KR like once a week to see what was going on, and so it would just start up automatically. And once I turned that off, it resolved a lot of my issues. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the same way, yeah, it's like the same way going from blue to purple. You get a ton more.
We have a variety of contracts.
What's my age? Guess. Let's play guess the streamer's age. Does weapon mastery gain XP on weapon skills you use the most? No. Weapon mastery only gains XP when you eat this dew. Do I have any? It only gains XP when you eat training dew or when you kill mobs during abyssal dungeon grinds. And it'll gain whatever 2 weapons you have on. It doesn't matter which skills you use. You can equip a different weapon and eat all your training dew, and it'll go to a different weapon. And then apparently in the future, all the different weapons are going to get rolled into one type of XP, and they're going to get rid of the training dew, and then you'll just like pick which ones you want to level up. So that's going to be the new system, but we don't have that yet. Are we doing event or are we doing crypt? Not particularly. We can test it, I guess. I'll go throw a javelin and see what it does. Alright, there's a lot of people here. Can we invite a healer? It's decent. We can just do crypt. It's nothing special. There's like one group here camping the spawn. We could probably kill everyone here with 6 people. That might be fun, actually, if we get a healer. Mana waste or crypt. Do we decide on crypt? What's that supposed to mean? Who do you want to heal? Jude said he didn't want to heal a bunch of spears. Can you believe that? That's crazy. I can't believe he would say that. Right to our face. Base take by healer?
Hey, adventurer! Could you help us out? The mana from the Wasteland's demons is about to surge.
Gotta be confused since my greatsword has 1 level over daggers. Yeah, there might have been a time where you had something else equipped when you were killing abyssal mobs. That's probably why it's a little bit ahead. It should pretty much always split evenly, as far as I know. Yo, we got any other healers? That's not who I meant to jump on at all. How'd I get this guy targeted? I still got 41 minutes of stake on, just saying. Only got one run out of that. There's nobody here. Is there more tournament stuff today? Where's everybody? Bro, Crypt is empty. I think they're all doing Festival of Fire. Maybe they still need the item drop rate ammo toy. Not that anyone on the server PvEs, so it doesn't really matter. It's just nothing but tanks, you guys. It's just nothing but tanks. Oh, hi, Toji. Of course he shows up when I have no health, no mana. The only non-tank on the server. Man, a healer would be so cool. I think I'm just gonna die so I can get some health back. Now, if I was playing Greatsword, I could self-heal with Victor's morale. What's my character class? I'm playing Dagger Spear at the moment. I normally play Greatsword Dagger. And in PvE, I play Greatsword Spear. It really just depends on your playstyle. Some builds are going to be a lot better in small fights, some are a lot better in large fights. All the DPS are already dead. They should have a targeting setting that's just anyone that doesn't have an SNS. That would fix the targeting in this game. Nobody's here. Everyone's at the event. What do you think about Staff Dagger? I think it's good. You can play that in pretty much all content. It's not amazing in PvE, but it's good enough. It's good in small PvP fights. It's good in large PvP fights. It's a little more self-sufficient. You can play it in arena. I cannot find a target. Like, there's a couple people in here without shields, but they just have wands instead. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, he's dead. How's Staff Wand Hybrid DPS? Staff Wand is really, really good if you actually play it as a hybrid. If you play it as a pure DPS, it's not good. But if you play it as a proper hybrid and you have some healing along with your damage, it's very good. Some people try to play it as pure DPS, and that's a no-no. That is a no-no. Although it might be possible once we get the new skill specializations, they're going to be giving Wand the option to do a lot more damage instead of heal. But right now, if you're going to play Staff Wand, you need to actually play it as a hybrid. Don't be one of those memers who tries to play it as a pure DPS. The entire value of that build is that you've got the wand healing along with the staff damage. Wand damage on its own is just not it. You would put on a bow or something instead if you wanted to damage. Appreciate the knowledge. Yeah, that's one of the most, especially in like arena or like, I don't know, just kind of like brawly scenarios like Saradoma. Playing Staff Wand, one of the best. It's probably the best 1vx builds that's in the game right now. Like if you want to fight multiple people by yourself and still have a chance of winning, that's probably the build. Wand, staff with melee evasion. Getting some out-of-party heals. Very nice. Staying alive. Tevent 1 has fallen off hard since Runes came out. No, Tevent 1 is still really good. I mean, if you're asking about playing Tevent 1 into a DPS spec, yeah, you could definitely get frags with the Tevent wand. But most people who are asking me about what build to play are not going to have a Tevent wand. Sometimes you can knock them down. These tanks all have melee evasion, dude. How was it seeing 1k people at Tevent? Was that a lot for you? It was Peace Tevent, so we haven't seen 1,000 people on one boss quite yet. We did see 600 people on one Peace boss. So, there might be 1,200 at the conflict. That man shot me while I was invisible. That man also shot me while I was invisible. Where did my team go? I was not paying attention.
Always be on the lookout for a miracle.
Conflict gonna be crazy? Yeah, I know it'll be nuts. I think they're at festival. Oh, I love it, dude. You can camp the turn in so hard. Gotcha. I think I just attacked a wall. Not my best moment there. Was not looking at the thing in front of my screen. I was looking further ahead. Or in front of my character. There we go. Call army. Yeah, where is the army? Is Greatsword Shield a build at all? Yeah, Greatsword Shield is a very good build. It's consistently one of the top arena builds, and it's useful in all content. It's useful in small scale, useful in large scale. Good in PvE, PvP. It's good at everything. Big damage, big defense, big health pool, big animations, big biceps, big shoulder pads, big ego. I think melee evasion is still the play in T2 for small scale and arena. Yeah, I think it's going to be similar in the sense that great swords will just completely dominate you if you don't have it. Great swords in 3v3, great swords are always going to be a big problem. It's what you're built for. The build specializes in very small fights where you pick a single target and you obliterate them. And 3v3 is perfect for that. So yeah, I think that greatswords will always be a problem in arena. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to play evasion. I think melee evasion is just the best option for solo queuing. But if you play with a group, you don't necessarily need to evade. You can have a tank that peels for you. Like, there's other ways to solve the problem. But for solo queue, I think melee evasion in arena is more or less still going to be mandatory. Oh, that's too many people. Team help! I don't like that. I don't like that. Give me some stacks. Okay, now we go. Gotti, no! Gotti, don't do it! Get me in there. Let me hit these tanks for 16 damage. Let's go. I'm gonna slowly kill him to dots. It's my new strategy. Where is everybody today? Kiddo Kitty, thanks for the raids. What'd you get up to today? I'm in danger. Ooh. I am still in danger. Thank you. Good heals, good heals. Need some more green to come down here. I need stacks. Yes, 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 yes. I don't want to be the first name in that hallway. Nope, nope. Okay, so, ow. Sheesh, dude. One ice spear and it's all over. It's barely a two alliance fight here. I know, it's usually a total cluster, and now we're just like, they barely brought anyone. What people PvP in these dungeons at night for kill stats? Yeah, most of the players on Xeroth don't PvE at all, so this is the only content they get. They just sit there with 4,500 tokens and 40k abyssal tokens. They never grind. Their activity rankings, their activity scores are like in the triple digits. So this is their only content. So that's why. The thing about non-pre-release guilds is that if they lose one fight, they all leave the server. Ah, that happened with a lot of pre-release guilds too. That happens a lot with just mega alliances that haven't been tested. As soon as they do get tested, they collapse. What do you think about Great Sword Shield versus Great Sword Dagger for best overall contents? I think right now, Great Sword and Shield is probably more useful overall. Great Sword Dagger, I mean, you can play either one in Arena. I would say the Shield is probably a bit better in Arena. And in terms of large-scale fights, the Shield is definitely better. Playing Great Sword Dagger in large-scale kind of sucks. All you can really do is, like, peel for your backline, but you could do that with the shield as well. So yeah, I would say overall Greatsword Shield is probably better, but I think in tier 2 that'll shift a little bit. Once we get some more stats, Greatsword Dagger starts to get real scary in tier 2. But right now, most of what a Greatsword Dagger can do, a Greatsword Shield can do almost as well. So you might as well just play the shield and live forever while also nuking people. Oh, it's dangerous up here. Okay, I should have got the stacks first. They're all tanks. There's no... I have no targets. There's not a single person here who's not a tank. Oh, wait, this guy's a healer? Maybe? Maybe we can do damage? What is tier 2 release? We don't know. My guess is second week of February. You get anything new tomorrow? Not really. Some spear buffs, some bug fixes. That's about it. Someone said we should save our Abyss contracts for T2 and dissolve them to craft the T2. What's your opinion on this? It's gambling on the idea that we're going to for sure get the Talandra expansion with tier 2, which is not a for sure thing. Also, I don't know how... So it's going to be very important to have as many trade extraction stones as possible, which means you need to be buying out your contract merchant every single week of trade extraction stones. And I don't know how you're going to do that if you are not running your abyssal contracts. Your regular contracts will not give you enough coins. So I guess maybe if you have some left over after buying all the trade extraction stones, you could think about saving them up. But I think it's a gamble. You want to be buying out the Enchanted Ink and the Trade Extraction Stones every single week right now. That should be one of your top priorities. You should never miss out on that. That's going to be all of your income, is those two things. Trade Extraction Stones and Enchanted Ink is all of your income. And so if you want to make money in Tier 2, then you need those things as your number one priority. And they're expensive. They cost a lot of coins. So you kind of have to run those Abyss contracts to keep up with that. Watch that video, seems like a bait. Yeah, I know what video you're talking about. And I mean, it's not necessarily bad advice. It's just making a lot of assumptions that could turn out to be true or could not turn out to be true. You know, it's assuming that we're going to get level 55, which maybe we will, maybe we won't. It's assuming that all the new boxes will be implemented right away with all the new gear, which they were not initially on our version, so there's no reason to think that they will be on Talandra. That's also a gamble. And then, like I said, the biggest thing is just I don't think you can actually afford to not run your Abyssal Scrolls. I think if you do that, you won't be able to buy the ink and the extraction stones. Yeah, I'm West Coast. When Greatsword Shield, where should I put my skill points? Your skill points, like, what do you mean? You asking like which skills to pick, or are you asking what to put under your stats? All that stuff is gonna change depending on like what gear you have. As far as the skills you pick, I would just find a build on YouTube and start there. I can tell you a lot about Greatsword, but I haven't played SNS since like beta, since before the reworks, so I don't know all the SNS skills super well. Your stats, I mean, when you first start, just put like 20 points into perception. Get your perception to 30 just so you don't miss while you're leveling up. And other than that, I'd probably just put everything into dex. Get as much crit and damage as you can get. Just put everything into dex. Maybe some wisdom. If your dex starts to cost 2 points, then put it into wisdom. And that should be fine for leveling. Leveling in this game is pretty easy. You don't have to worry too much about your stats. You can kind of do whatever you want. And then at level 50, your stats will depend on what gear you have equipped. Because if you have like a bunch of strength on your gear, then you won't need to put points into it. You would put them somewhere else. But if you don't have a lot of strength on your gear, then you might have to do that. They're in islands. We should go. Small scale PvP. I guess it's too late now. Alright, I'm coming. They fighting over chests? I just saw him at Crypt. Personally, I just don't like the contract dissolving in general. People do it for the Sanctum. You lose half the amount of contracts. I don't like it either. Yeah, I've never dissolved contracts. I think there was one play where it made sense to dissolve contracts, and that was before Silius was unlocked. You could dissolve your contracts, and then you could Like, you could dissolve your Cilius contracts and then go run the dungeons that were out and then use the Abyss coins to buy Shot Commander plate. But that was like a real specific market play. Other than that, yeah, generally speaking, I think dissolving your contracts is just like deleting materials. Seen a video advising to save 3k contract coins, but at the same time not do Abyssal and grind them down to T2. How's that going to work? Yeah, I think we're all talking about the same video. And that was exactly my thought. It's like, there's no way you're going to be able to buy something that costs 3,000 contract coins if you are also dissolving your contracts. There are a lot of people here. No, there's nothing we can do. There's like 15 people here. What do you think about Tekken Dagger? Tevent Dagger still worth it when the tier item release? Yeah, Tevent Daggers will be good for a very long time, including into tier 2. Y'all from the same guild there? Encrypt? Not the same guild, but the same alliance. Did TC leave the server? Bear still has 70. Oh, they just left the dungeon? They were never even there. $69. How many guilds does TC even have? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with TC. I only see 2 guilds. Did they always have 2 guilds? Didn't they have like Cobra and Mamba and a bunch of other... Did they rename them all? I only see Panda and Bear. Yeah, they're not on here. I think they renamed or they merged. These guys have the same icon. Are they actually allied? They have TC in their names. Okay. Dude, look how many barcode names are in Sanhedrin. Oh. How do we know which one of them's cheating? That's so funny. I guess we know which one starts with I and which one starts with L. I should see if I can make any jelly. It's a good time to sell jelly. Should I change my Amatoy missions back to ruins so I can get jelly? Oh, I can make 43. No, I'm not low on mana blood. I'm low on Reaper's souls. Alright, I got 2 great successes. That's about big money, dude. Big money. Oh, 8 Lucents? I was gonna say, that seems too cheap. Yeah, that seems too cheap. I will sell these for... What should we do, 8 each? There's a lot at 80. These are big units, though. People don't want to buy big units. I'm gonna do 9 each. That'll sell. That'll sell for sure. Sells easy. When's the next Lucent making guide coming out? Well, making a Lucent guide right now would not be very useful because as soon as Tier 2 or server merges get announced, everything's going to change. So, do you need a new one? Is the old one's still pretty relevant? How many contract coins should we save for those 3,000 coin T2 chests? Buying out extraction stones is taking up all my coins. Buying out extraction stones is way more important than saving up 3,000 coins for a single weapon. It's way more important. Tier 2 traits are going to be 50 extraction stones each. So if you're trying to make any money, you need extraction stones. 3,000 coins is 428 extraction stones. So would you rather be able to sell 8 tier 2 traits, or would you rather be able to get one weapon that's probably not even your best weapon? And that's also assuming that that box is going to be in the game right when T2 launches. We don't know what pace they're going to roll these items out in. I mean, our, like, Abyss boxes still don't even have Shadow Harvester boots, you know? I mean, some of this stuff does not get rolled out right away. How do you power level cooking and fishing? The only way to power level it is... The only way to power level fishing is to eat fishing food and then go fish. There's not really a way to power level it. Just don't fail when you're fishing. That's the fastest way to level fishing. For cooking, it depends on what your level is. Some recipes like healthy milk are really good to spam. Kind of just depends on what materials you have. Should be pretty obvious if you just go and look at how much XP something is and how many of the materials you have. Then it should be pretty obvious. You can look at the market too. Some of these are really good. Anything with chicken is going to sell for a lot. Some of the fish recipes are really good. It just depends on what level you're at. Early levels, I mean, how much salt do you have? How much rye have you bought from the guy? Like, it all depends on you. It all depends on you and what kind of materials you've got. Steak is really good. But again, you have to have the meat, you have to have the salt. How much do you know about Tier 2 so far? Is it going to be huge? It might be. So there's broadly 2 different ways that they could roll out Tier 2. They could roll out Tier 2 at level 50, which means it will probably be plus 9 gear, just like what we have right now. It'll obviously have more stats than the T1 gear, but it'll stop at plus 9. That would be kind of the, I don't know, the least interesting way of doing it, I guess. Like, I don't think people really want to do much more of the level 50 content. I think a lot of people are burnt out on it, but that would be the first way of doing it. The second way of doing it would be to release it with level 55 contents. And if that's the case, then it's probably going to go all the way to level 12. Well, it'll definitely go all the way to level 12 if they release level 55. And level 55 also comes with a new continents. It comes with new dungeons. It's like a full expansion to the game. So that would be a much, much bigger update than if we just get Tier 2 gear and stay at level 50. So we don't quite know how they're going to do it. Maybe they will give us the gear at level 50 for a little bit, and then sort of give people a chance to get some gear and then release the expansion. That's how it was on Korea. on Korea, the expansion wasn't out yet, so tier 2 was just part of the level 50 content. And then when the expansion came out, it like doubled the amount of tier 2 items that were in the game, and it increased the cap from 9 to 12. There is also a system called Trait Resonance, which is an extra trait that you unlock on your gear after the item has all its traits maxed out. So it's possible that they trickle that in at some point just to give people another form of progression in the meantime. We really don't know what order they're going to do any of this. It's all anyone's guess. Why do you PvP with Spear main hands? Let's see you going for melee evasion over range magic. Well, this is a PvE build, but when I'm playing dagger and when I'm playing dagger and spear, you can really go either way. There is a little bit of evasion on the spear tree if you go the top row, but there's a lot of skill damage resistance on the bottom row, so you could play it either way. Honestly, I just think it looks cooler. But I mean, 80 skill damage resistance versus 100 all evasion. I think you could go either way. They each have their benefits. You know, the evasion is more valuable in the sense that you can avoid CCs and things like that. But if you're just looking at like effective health, then 80 skill damage resistance is definitely better than 100 evasion. So I think they're both good in their own way. There was an inter-server bug on the Cal Rift Stones. He was level 55 and almost unkillable. Was it the same thing with a Dentist, or is the level 50 Dentist really just that juicy? Because a Dentist never dies. The inter-server and Dentist also, like... I've never seen him get below, like, 40%. Did you just say what? Okay. Wait, you put 1 as second. Okay, go 4. Go 4. 4? No, go. I already did 3. Go 4. I'm raid leading. Trust me. Okay, now. Okay, all right. Let's try again. All right, go 4. Wait, not yet. Okay, go 4. Go 4. Okay, yeah, that's not right. All right. Okay, go 1. Go 1. Go. Okay, 1 worked. 1 worked. All right, go 4. All right, go 5. It's the hardest boss in the game right here, dude. How bow stuff can counter Greatsword Dagger in PvP? You make friends with a tank and a healer who can keep you alive, or you learn how to block. Learning how to block is very strong against Greatsword Dagger. Very predictable. Greatsword Daggers are very predictable. You know what they're going to do, you just got to be able to block. Block and move away. Is Talandra T3? Is Talandra Gear also T2? Talandra Gear is also T2. But it has 3-star dungeons. So when people say T3 dungeons, then they're probably referring to Talandra content. But the gear you get is Epic 2, which is Tier 2. They're different than the base tier 2 though, and in some cases better. It's like almost tier 2.5, but probably not that much better. Some of the Talandra pieces are pretty sick though. How have they not told us what they're gonna do? I expected an announcement today with the patch. I'm kind of surprised they didn't say anything. I think surely they've got to say something soon though. What am I doing torture CMs? I need my points.
Delicious screams for myself.
Something's wrong with the inner server bosses. They're way too tanky. Yeah, the patch notes said some of them were accidentally level 55, which would explain a lot. Alright, we pretty much need to one-shot this or else we're going to be late. What is the best non-world boss greatsword in T2? Doesn't that come from Contract Coin Merchant? I don't know. I don't have it all memorized. I would have to look. Probably the Gaia Crash weapon. But I mean, does it come from the Contract Merchant? Like, maybe, dude. I mean, no one knows. Just because it's in that box in Korea does not mean it's in that box in Global. We've seen that many times, that the boxes are different when they get released in KR, or when they get released in Global.
In your dark side. And now, the execution.
I mean, if it's like how it worked in KR, you wouldn't use the contract coins anyways. You would just buy it with dimensional shards. It's really easy to get. It's going to be really, really easy to get tier 2 weapons if it works the same as it does in KR. So I would expect that that's going to change. Or I would expect that it's going to be super easy and not a problem. Guys, I can't move.
Tremendously.
Did you know that if you stay there after getting free, you still take damage?
Try not to die too quickly. Oh. Now, get in order.
I am 4.
I'll awaken your dark side.
Is that normal? Is this your first time doing this, Husky? That's funny.
The execution.
A lot of people are already stacking Blessing for T2. Should we not be doing this? I think stacking Blessing is smart. Yeah, I wouldn't spend Lucent on it, but I would definitely use your extra gear that's not going to sell to stack Blessing. All right. Clean. Yeah, but we should probably be there before, 5 seconds. Yeah, on the main channel. What's the highest priority piece of gear to stack blessing first? Weapon? Probably weapon. Chest is going to be the most expensive, but it's hard to fail stack on. So I don't know, like, you probably don't have a lot of extra chest pieces to even use for blessing, so it's not really much you can do about it. But weapon, you can very easily stack blessing right now. Very easy to loot large quantities of weapons that you don't need and just turn them into blessing. Accessory would be high priority if we know for sure that we're getting T2 accessories. We might not be. When they were rolled out in Korea, it was just weapons and armor. If we get the full expansion, it'll be everything, but we don't really know. So you could do accessory. It's also not necessarily super cheap. There's some pieces, like ring is probably pretty cheap. Other pieces like belts, not so cheap. So how loud is that in the background? How good of a job is the mic doing cutting that out? What does it sound to you guys? Do you hear the lawnmower? The leaf blower, whatever that is. Should we use the unlock stones for weapon and use blessing method for armor? Well, unlocking and blessing are not related, so you shouldn't think about those together. Those are two separate things. You always need to unlock, regardless of whether or not you use blessing. Blessing is only for upgrading. You can't use blessing to unlock. So I wouldn't put those two together. That's going to be confusing. You are going to want to use blessing for pretty much every T2 piece. I don't think there's any way around that. You don't necessarily have to do blessing for every single upgrade, but you're certainly going to make use of the blessing system to get some of your upgrades, if not all of them. And yeah, I mean, for unlock stones, it's the same idea as tier 1. Whatever the most expensive traits to unlock are, those are the ones you use stones on. Will that be weapon? Probably. Depends on the weapon. There's some armor pieces that'll be pretty sought after as well. So I don't know if we can really predict that, but you also want to keep in mind that the weapons cost twice as much on lockstones as the armor. So, you know, even if they're the most expensive traits, they might not be the most worthwhile to unlock unless they're twice as expensive as the armor traits that you need. You might unlock, you know, heavy attack chance because it's the most expensive one, and then kind of hold off and use your other unlock stones for armor. Because if you try to use unlock stones for all 3 weapon traits on both your weapons, I don't think you can afford that. I don't think really anyone can afford that. That's a lot of unlock stones. I just got here. Write my name down. Okay. Getting my comms set up for this. Yep. How many bank slots do you have? I'm up to 265. Shit's getting expensive. I think I have 250. I have 250 inventory and 250 bank. And yeah, costs a lot. Is this new player friendly? Does the game still have AFK autoplay mode? No, there's no AFK content. Well, there's some exploits, but there's no sanctioned AFK content. You pretty much turn the game off when you're done playing. There's no auto farm. 250 inventory is wilds. I bought it incrementally. I mean, it was 100 lucent for 5 slots, you know, so my inventory would get full, and I'd be like, I'll just buy 5 more slots. I'm almost done grinding. And then, like, that would happen again a week later, and then now I have 250 slots. Okay, I see. Okay, hi. Alright, Stellar Red's on. Let's get Cookie and vegetable stir fry. Oh, what a combo. Still don't know what stolen is. Stolen? What is that? Is it good? Should I learn what it is? Should I eat some in real life? Maybe think about a different game there. No, this game had autoplay when it first came out, and then everyone revolted, and they took it out. They completely reworked the combat since then as well, so it's a much different game nowadays. As far as if it's new player friendly, the first week is really confusing, but if you can get through that, it's not too bad. You're probably going to watch some guides. You're probably going to end up watching some guides to figure some things out. There's some very unintuitive stuff. Didn't you use my battle pass stuff before maintenance? Yes. Yeah, you got to spend all of these. I need to spend mine. What should I get, you guys? All your Glacial Star Shop. The other one, the Star Tree, is bugged, so you can't do anything here. But you should still get all the points. You should still get all the progress. So I need to go dissolve some stuff. Make sure all this is done. But, yeah, the Glacial Star, you need to do this right now. You have 5 hours. What should I get? Contracts? Do I want to do 50 more contracts? I love contracts. I feel like they're better than tier 1 to like, what do I need tier 1 tokens for? Abyssal is all right. I mean, if I'm gonna get like 2-3k abyssals from doing these anyways. So this is only like an extra 7k abyssals compared to going here, which seems underwhelming. I might as well do this, get the training deal, get everything else. Yeah, I think it's between the resistance or the dimensional ones. 5 dimensional 1 runs. I don't know, dude. 50 contracts feels like it's gonna be more materials. I think I gotta get the 50 contracts. Can I run 50 extra contracts this week without uninstalling? That is the question. Feel Great Sword Shield, which is my primary. The shield. You always have the shield out because that will allow you to get shield blocks, which are really strong. It's a huge part of what's going to make you tanky. I can't hear this guy at all. Yeah, then everyone else in that channel is gonna blow my headphones out. I'm out here trying to turn our shot caller up while the fight breaks out. I'm missing the kills. Alright, where are we at? Staying with the boys. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Abort. I couldn't, yeah. I don't like playing on these... Playing on the Z-axis like this, man. It's too... Climbing hills in this game, not my preferred method of PvPing. To beat the dead horse one more time, should we spend all the glacial stars before resets? Yes, that is... Was I ambiguous? You must spend them in the next 5 hours. You have to. It is literally mandatory. You don't have the option to wait till tomorrow. Unless you want a bunch of health potions. I'm kind of surprised I made it through that. Oh, maybe I didn't? Well...
Come to offer magic.
No? That's annoying.
Lay down your soul.
This might not work. Running all the way around just feels like such a time waste, but okay. I think I made it. Bro, this is this is a small arena. Let me bounce off the boss. The boss doesn't have melee evasion.
Love it to the depths of hell.
Still dead. I really don't like running around the west side. I wish we would just crash in from the east. Mobs die too fast, can't even build stacks out here. Dude, I click on people, I see their name pop up, nothing happens. Yeah, how are we? Are we going outside? Oh my god. Shadow Strike lagged out. Okay, I'm marching up there. It's so laggy. I feel like there's like a 2-second delay for everything I'm doing right now. It's a lot easier for like multiple groups to occupy the same space at Tevent. I think we gotta turn the graphics down. Let's see if this helps. Surprised you can do anything at all. I mean, if we can die, then we can get kills, right? It's laggy for everyone, so. If they can use skills, we can use skills. It just takes so long to circle around to get back into the fight. Yeah, we gotta come in on 5 as a group. can't jump. There we go. My spacebar gets eaten constantly when the game's lagging. It just like doesn't jump. Alright, I'm ready. Yeah, I got one. Got some assists. Not having an easy way to get your respawns back into the arena feels like a big mistake to me. Okay. They just said that in the main comms. I'm good. I'm glad they agree. Like, you have to hold one of these entrances in a fight like this. You have to control one of these, because at any given time, like, 70% of your people are coming back from being dead. Oof, just instantly dead. I don't know. I think I have to use magic evasion for this. Just dying to random shit. You don't fly from above? Bro, that takes forever. What do you mean fly from above? You're talking about walking from here and then flying in? I mean, you could. I don't see any green. I'm just gonna kill this guy. Never mind, I can't move, can't do anything. What do you think your KDA is? I mean, you can see it on the screen. I have 3 kills, 11 assists, and like 5 deaths. It's not great. Alright, I'm gonna trying to get in with my group. That's not gonna work. Party's already dead. We have no space in here, like, we've got to be able to spread out. See if I can get some splash heals. Nope. Alright, I'll try flying in. This is so much lost time, though. Where do we want to go in? I can't target anything. No idea. No idea what killed me. It's gotta be a staff, right? Gotta be a fireball or a judgment. I don't know what else that could have been. What are my settings? Right now I set everything to low except for character count and view distance. I don't think it really makes any difference though. I think most of what's happening here is just latency. Okay, this is out of bounds right here. I think where I am is the lowest point we can get and stay safe. He's already half dead, so let's do something. These regroups just take forever. Of course, as soon as I land, they bomb. Is this actually a person, or are they just desynced? I can't get into that. Here we go, here we go. Okay. Got stacks. Oh, you're too far away from the target. He's right there, dude. Did I not get any stacks? I had no stacks, even though I hit that guy 5 times. I got no stacks. Okay, jumped into the water. I think I'm dead here. Maybe I can build off the boss. Killed by Tevent. I wasn't even fighting him. What region is this? This is NA East Early Access Xeroth server. Need a sacrifice count or distance to help with this? I don't think it would matter. I'm not going to sacrifice player count. I've got to be able to see where the players are at.
There is nowhere to run.
I'm about to land with no stamina, which isn't ideal. No, this really bad positioning. Oh. Lark, do you have me feuded? I don't even know where he is, bro.
The blessings of the gods will surely be.
Alright, I'm gonna get some stamina this time. Okay, now let's go in. It's a lot of green, maybe too much green. I don't know if I want to be like that deep in the clump.
You do not have magic to offer. Lay down your soul.
Got a little bit there. If anyone else looked at that clump, that would have been nice, but it was just me. Killed by Tevent. I'm not even in! Bro, like, where are they even shooting from? Had that with Spirit Art Tevent 2, didn't get stacks to throw spears. Sometimes if the person moves a little bit, you just swing at the air. You have to, like, watch the icon super closely to make sure it actually works. It's kind of annoying. I'm getting hit from above over here, and I cannot figure out... Are they, like, in here? But it's so laggy to even just try to get there. I'm just rubber banding off of everything. Okay, this is all green.
There is nowhere to run.
Just getting kills by throwing spears at boss. Works for me. Someone just dev smash the boss? That is brave. Let me try to get some health. I was too greedy. I need stealth. Let's see if I can catch a heal from someone. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Yeah. Killed by Tevent. Bro, Tevent is singling me out. I'm just trying to find a place where I can get into the fight and get some stamina. This is why I hate flying in. Yeah, like I got... Okay, I got 3 stacks there. Better than none. Holy shit, dude. I don't know. There's just too many people. There's just too many people. By the time I target someone, they're gone. Like, they're just gone.
Are you here to ask about something precious you have lost?
Why won't you jump while charging around? Why won't I jump while charging around? I'm not sure what that means. Any heals? Anything? I hide? Jump bugged out. Oh, it didn't reset though. Alright, I will target this guy and then jump. There we go. Yeah! Go, 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 go. Ah, it's over.
Are you here to ask about?
Tevent one shot after charging arounds. Yeah, I'm just not really watching the boss that closely, man. It's a little chaotic. Also, jumping with this many people is very laggy and unreliable. Instantly dead. Man, Bellendir was way easier than this. I think it's just too... I think the arena is just too small.
Are you here to ask about something?
I see a wand, I see a great swords. All I can think to do is build stacks in the outskirts. There's like just not that many options though. Yes, thank you for making me jump in the water. I love that mechanic. Shadow striking off a cliff, classic. Apparently we got the daggers. First one I've ever seen. It's mechanic, you have to leave the boss pit. Okay, thanks for the heads up, dude. I feel like you're not really appreciating what I'm having to, you know, work around here. Do I like Xeroth? Honestly, we get good Boonstone and Riftstones fights. I like that a lot. Conflict bosses, I think, is just too much chaos for me. I don't really feel like it's that much fun. Like, I kind of feel like whether or not I'm alive or dead in these fights is just pure luck. There's not, like, anywhere I can really position smartly. It's like... It's just all chaos, you know? Yeah. Is Xeroth big guild alliances free? Is Xeroth big guild alliances free? I'm not sure what you mean by that. This is so much laggier than Bellendir. I think it's maybe just a smaller arena. Dude, I feel like these guild icons aren't even... Ugh. The guy was so low, couldn't do anything though. Yeah, the platform is just... I think I just have to have magic evasion if we want to fight on the platform at all. So, I don't know. 49 seconds left. Is 800 hit good for bow dagger, or I need more? I mean, more is always better. There's not really any such thing as enough. It's gonna come down to what other stats are important to you. You kind of have to decide for yourself if you can afford more hit or not. If someone doesn't have evasion, then 800 is a lot. If they do have evasion, 800 is not that much. But... you know, if you go from like 800 to 1200, what other stats do you have to give up to do that? That's kind of what you have to ask yourself. There's no magic number, really. All right, well, we got loots. There's 1,006 people that hit the boss. I want to go back and look at the guild icons again. There were several times there where I felt like I was dropping into allies, and then it was like 90% orange once I actually landed. Lots on the devs after the spear buffs. I mean, spear's probably not that good in tier 2. That's the problem. Like they're balancing around Korea. And honestly, like I could definitely see spear not being that good in tier 2, so maybe the changes make sense. It's a lot for tier 1 though. Like it's definitely a lot for tier 1. Yeah, it just the targeting and the stack building, it's rough. I wish I could just press target next and have it be the closest person, like every other game ever made. How's the PvP? It's okay. I don't know how many people are actually having fun at these fights. I think I might have just bugged out my Discord client. Oh, they did copy our emblems. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. They're saying in Discord that the other guilds copied our emblems. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I thought I was just lagging. I guess we gotta look out for that next time. It sucks the balancing around a game we're not playing. Tier 2 items. Well, we'll be in Tier 2 soon enough. You guys really dislike spear that much? Like, you think spear in these large fights you're dying to spear more than you're dying to bows and staffs? Is that the case for you? I don't really get all the spear hype. I think maybe on smaller population servers I could see it. On this server, bow staff is definitely still king. I mean, like, spear doesn't hit 50 people. I noticed with T2, there's big gains with evasion, but not hit chance. There's big gains on everything. Spear dagger one-shots bow staff. Describe how it one-shots a bow staff. Which skill one-shots them? Play on one of the most popular server in EU. Spears are rocketing the kill rankings. Probably 40% in the top 50. Yeah. I don't know. Kill rankings, like, most of the kill rankings on this server are based off shadow crypts. So, I wish we could actually see the scores at the end of a conflict boss. Like you can at the end of a war game. I wish you could actually see the scores at the end of a conflict boss. Javelin throw? Javelin throw doesn't one-shot. That's just completely not true. It does 2,500 damage. How could you one-shot someone with a javelin? Sunflower and Blues turning the top 5 to 6 DPS in every match of Spear Dagger. Yeah, again, though, I mean, we're talking like 50v50. I think Spear is probably the best DPS for Inner Server and Riftstones. But in a conflict boss, you guys, like, I'm genuinely asking, you guys feel like you die to Spear more than Staff Bow in conflict boss? You guys really feel that way? If your boss is like, you know, 50v50v50, if you're like on a lower pop server where there's like 1 or 2 guilds in each alliance, then I could see it really popping off. I don't see how a spear could outperform a bow staff in a fight where there's 1,000 people present. That seems fucking preposterous to me. I can't believe that anyone will claim that that's the case. Trying staff 1 build for DPS, it seems like can't do shit. Any advice? Rely more on the staff, probably. Your damage is going to mostly come from the staff. The 1 is kind of there for healing. You might get some damage out of it, but yeah, maybe you just need to use more staff skills. Most of the top guilds are kind of swapping from flash waves to spear bombing. At conflict bosses? Alright, it'll be interesting to see. Bow staff OP, melee finally got a bombing class, and now all the bow staffs are upset. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah. I run your evasion build, shot on spear all day. Yeah, melee evasion counter spear super hard. A lot of people in the server are running melee evasion even in large scale now, which, again, I just find to be very strange. I'm going to be putting on... I don't have my magic evasion set finished yet. I'm going to be putting it on probably for the next conflict boss. for the next Bellendeer. So I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see which one feels better. If you watch any of the tournament, the top fraggers, yeah, I feel like you're just not listening to what I'm saying at all, dude. I understand that in Riftstones, Spear is really good. I understand that in 50v50 it's really good. I'm talking about a fight where there's 1,000 people there. I'm not talking about a fight where there's 50v50. You can't build melee evasion in tier 1 and get a good DPS builds. That's what's... I mean, that's what I think, but everyone's still doing it. Which, I mean, I kind of agree with you. I feel like that's throwing. And it makes both staff even stronger because no one is running magic evasion on this server. Like, it's crazy how few people are running it. Okay, I think we might try a 15 Carmine. I also have a bunch of arena matches I need to do before reset. I totally forgot. I've only done 2 arenas this week. Whoops. So much shit on screen, ZVZ, conflicts, who knows what you're dying to? Well, I'm definitely not dying to spears. I don't think a single one of my deaths tonight was to spear. Yeah, we could go back and look, but I don't think any of them were to spear. I'm trying to think. I got hit by spears a few times. I don't think I died to any of them, though. I might have gotten low from a spear. I don't think any spears killed me. You have no idea what you're doing, it's most likely a flash wave. Or what you're dying to, it's most likely a flash wave. Yeah, I think my deaths tonight were to flash waves and judgment lightnings. Because they were real quick. They were real quick. It was probably heavy hit flash waves, most of them. But maybe it was staff. That's why I want to try... The spear build that I'm working on has way more evasion than this build that I'm running now. And it's range magic instead of range melee. So I'm going to try that, and then who knows, maybe I'll suddenly start dying to spears every 2 seconds. Although I doubt it. In a fight this big, I really doubt it. I think there's too many other targets to spread out. Spear is most dangerous when you have people in clumps of like 5 or 6. When you have a clump of like 30 people, like how are you going to die to a spear? You'd have to get so unlucky, or it'd have to be like 5 spears bombing you all simultaneously. A flash wave doesn't have to get lucky at all, other than hitting the heavy. It just blows through the screen and kills everyone. Quick question about... I just watched your video about runes, so I'm wondering... I have a bunch of rune chests. Do I open them all? Do I wait until a certain point? You open the green and blue chests, the green-blue mix chests at level 20, and you open the blue-only chests at level 40. Let's see if we're doing this, Carmine. We're doing T15? That's a good question. I'm just asking in alliance. I mean, I could do T12 Carmine and then like T8 Torture. Yeah. Oh wait, no, you're right. I could do T12 Carmine and then like T3 Torture. Yeah, I need 12k points. Well, I don't think there's a single person in my whole alliance who's done T15 Carmine. These guys do not PvE. We got 4 weapons. Sounds like our alliance got just about all the weapons tonight, which is just goes to show, like even in the chaos, I guess. I did not feel like we were winning for the first half of that. I think the second half was a lot better. I did not feel like we were winning at all in the first half. Couldn't even get into the fight. Your opinion, what's the best way to farm Lucents? I've got a whole video on farming Lucent if you're curious. You can find it on YouTube. Dissolve all gray runes when to transmute them. You can dissolve if you have enough solent to turn them into rune chests. The chests that you get have green runes in them, so it's only good to dissolve early on. The better option overall, and the only option after level 40, is transmutation. You just pick this question mark here, and it'll give you a box, and you can save that and open it once your runes are 40 plus. I have both runes level 20 below, so I wait. Yeah, if all your important runes are still under level 20, then don't open your boxes. You can get your runes to level 20 really easily just by running tier 1 abyssals. Not abyssals, tier 1 dimensionals. We're trying to get someone who will open T15 Carmine for us right now. Worst part of Spear is that they are attacking from Narnia and still counting as melee. Is that the worst part? It's funny because, like, I mean, bow just definitely has better range, right? But people are used to that, so all the hate goes to the spear. I'm new as about to switch weapons after leveling some points in it. I pretty much just started. No, if you just started, you're fine. You can switch weapons. It's not a big deal. Yo, does anyone in the guild have T15 Carmine? Gotcha. Alright, I'm hunting a T15 for us. Yeah, tell Tochi to open it. He blocks you. Oh. Most of your runes are all level 40. Yeah, once everything's 40 plus, you only transmute. Dissolving is useless at that point. More and more, I'm of the opinion you should just transmute from the beginning. I mean, the dissolving is nice to get through the early levels faster, but I think in the long run, just transmuting everything is fine. It's probably the best way to go. You build range evasion to counter range attacks. No, you don't. You build range evasion to counter bow and crossbow. It never worked against staff or wand or, you know, half the ranged weapons. It's in the name. No, that's not how it works at all. I mean, half of the long-range weapons in the game you will not defend against with range evasion. That's not how it's designed. It's designed to be a class of weapons. It has nothing to do with the distance. We should be able to counter that damage without ranging the enemy. Would you choose Greatsword or Spear for beginners? Greatsword's way easier to use than Spear. Spear's kind of tedious to use properly. I mean, in PvP. In PvE, Spear's really good and easy to use. But in PvP, it's... Greatsword's way easier to use. It's a much different playstyle, though. Build Pliss. You can find my builds on Questlog, the ones that I've put together on there. Do I miss Ethereum? No. The guild was kind of cringe. I missed New World Ethereum. I missed, like, old Ethereum. Throne and Liberty Ethereum was way too zoomer for me. I was probably going to leave even if it didn't collapse. To be fair, I'm surprised that Spear isn't hybrid. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not surprised. I don't think that's how the weapons are designed. Did we get it open? Oh, man. The Greatsword daggers get better in T2? Yeah, I think it gets a lot better. Most of us from Korea who played Greatsword Dagger on Global, we played it like with the T2 version in mind. In T1, it's alright. But if I could go back and do it over again, I wouldn't have played Greatsword Daggers for Global. I would have played Greatsword Shield. It's way better. Wait, so do we have a 6th right now? Who else can we invite? Chat, any of you guys want to do T15 Carmine? We could. We could run 2 healers. I just think single healing T15 is going to be rough. Yeah, see if Jude wants to come. Yeah, so why don't you drop the dagger and put on a bow for PV? Could be meta, dude. Star tree now available. After the maintenance, you mean? What do you guys think? Should we do double healer for T15 Carmine? Is there any logic to, like, having the tank be the one with the dot? Or I guess not, because the healer's going to grab it anyways, right? Yeah, the Dax dot. I'm liking Xeroth. Hassan, I like the Riftstones and Boonstones a lot. I don't think I like the big Zerg fights. I think it's a little too Zergy for me. I think it's got about 3 times more people than is ideal. I think for Siege, 1,000 people is alright, because everyone's spread out. For a conflict boss, I think 1,000 people sucks. I just don't think it's fun. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad, but I just haven't really been enjoying it. I think I need to switch builds. Come back to Cherno. I think Cherno's got the opposite problem. How many people hit Conflict Tevent on Cherno today? I can open a T27 Carmine for you if you want. Hey, if you guys want to do T27 Carmine, there's a guy offering to open it. Yeah, I think he's got 2 though. Will he come on his own? $1K, maybe a bit less. What do you mean like 1K? What's the number? There's no way 1,000 people were at Tevent on Cherno. That's false. Go into your distribution, click on the item, and tell me what the number is. I refuse to believe that Cherno had 1,000 people hit Tevent. I'm guessing you had 412. Oh, what are these extra purple glowies? Oh, yep, I'm scared. We still murder everything? Yeah, I don't really feel like stealth saved me at all during that. Shadow Strike was very useful, though. Being able to dash in, build stacks, and get out did give me a couple bombs. Although most of the time I still just died. No, I got like 10 kills, 20 assists. I was useless. Yeah, if I just put a bow on and just flash waved and died over and over again, I'm pretty sure that would have been more impactful. That's not who I targeted. I have too much AoE. Everyone's hitting the wrong one. We're gonna die. Alright, flawless execution. 3 minutes is so long for doing that. No one from my guild got a Tevent drop, can't see it. You guys didn't get anything? You really think there was 1,000 people there on Cherno? I don't even think Cherno's gonna have 1,000 people at Siege, dude. That's 1,000's a lot. Was there some big alliance that transferred in or something? There wasn't even 1,000 people at Arc Boss when we played there. Yo, this shit's tanky. Uh-oh. I want to say it's this one. General's ran down to poop, just velocity, press W here pretty much. Did you get any drops at Tevent today from Cherno? I just wanted to see what the player count is. At least 650 plus. Bro, that's like 15, 20 guilds worth of people. You think that many people are showing up to PvP on Cherno? I don't know about that. Yeah, 4 to 6 new guilds and random players join Immortality after Conflict Tevent. World Chat is basically a meme fest. Well, it is sort of the job of World Chat to be a meme fest. I don't think it has any other purpose. We got explosion rats, we got terror rats. Hope everyone's doing well, currently grinding some dungeons with the homies. We are also I don't know if you'd call this grinding. This is more like progging. Currently progging dungeons with the homies. We have never beaten this one before. Never tried it, actually. So, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, if Cherno has 600 people at Tevent with no mega alliances, then that would be amazing. I don't think it does though, man. I don't think it has 600 people hitting Tevent. Okay, so far so good. I'm not so sure about this part. Are we ignoring bombs? Oh, good push. There, I saved us. We might wipe here. I'm gonna be honest. No one's gonna hit that barrel. He's too low on health. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Tevin is locked down. No one's touching it besides Velocity and Press W allies. Do they have a 4 guild alliance over there? Yeah, I don't know. That sounds too one-sided. I wish alliances were 2 guilds instead of 4 guilds. Even if it makes it like impossible to defend in Siege, who cares? Siege can just be a giant game of musical chairs. That's more fun anyways. We'll kill the man on Xeroth. Bricked. Love your vids, bro. They've been very helpful with this game. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. $27 of your guys trying to push into 150. Press W. Well, did you guys get any drops? Okay. We have a lot of practice on our damage is really good. We have a lot of practice on T5, so I think this is going to come down to... Yeah, I think our damage is fine too. I think it's going to come down to this phase right here and the axe dot, and if we can heal through it. Alright, Hayes took that immediately. That was so fast. I'm 2. Do a little shield here. Alright, reset. 70 is an odd number for guild members. I think having 70 people in the guilds so that you can participate in 48-person content is like a good ratio. The fact that they let you take all 70 people to Riftstones and Brunestones, though, is a little, I don't know. It's hard. Like, because you don't want to bench people. Okay. So does it hitch?
I'll get my revenge.
I'm not sure what they're asking me to do. I might mess this up. So what order do I need to be in? That didn't work. What do you mean in front of him? Very unnecessary wipe right there. Three would be good. 210 max is roughly the same as 2 BDO guilds. I don't know. The large scale in this is so much different than it is in BDO. You ever gotten a drop from an arc boss? Like me personally? I think I've gotten fragments. I don't think I've gotten a weapon. My guild gets drops a lot, but no, I don't personally get the drop.
I'll get my revenge.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, that's the hardest part. Shit, I'm standing in the wrong place. Teal, blue, green, red. Okay, I got no color. Someone else had aggro. Getting stamina. Big dodge here. There's a weird delay. Doesn't normally take a step like that. Okay. Damage is really good. Damage is really good. We just gotta repeat everything we just did one more time. Maybe 2 more times. We'll see if he gets under 40 before the next mech. No. No, he's not. Okay, I'm 2. This is stressful, dude. My shield's down. Should be okay. Haze, no! Alright, lost one. Green, blue, teal, red. I don't have it again. Is it by distance? Maybe I should get closer for that. My stamina's not good. Bro. I haven't gotten hit by that in so long. Okay, charge soon. Careful charge. Okay, I'm saving shield this time. I should be seconds. I'm 2. I've got axe on me too. I'm doing my best. Shielded. I'm just gonna die. Far away. Oh. You still? Yeah, you guys can still get it. Just try to get him in the next cycle. Colors and then 3 charges and then Guardian. Oh, bro, I hope this isn't like a 5% wipe. It's a pretty good run. The only thing I don't know about is if his health is under 10, it might force... He might skip a charge. And it might force him to go into Chain Mechanic early. Because that's happened to us before. Oh, big damage, boys. Come on. Yeah, you guys got it. You guys got it. Easy. All right, dude. Time for 16. Time for 27. Not too bad. Second try. Second try, I think. Third try. Third try. Just barely. You actually gonna push this? Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Alright, now I need T3 torture. Actually, I need T2. Yeah, we can do T5. You know how much blessing we need to stack for T2 gear? You need 8100, but you don't have to stack that much because you're going to get a bunch from the traits that you already have on the item. I think you need like 5k if you want to totally cover the item. But, I mean, you'll be able to get blessing from just like tossing blue items into your tier 2 gear as well. So you don't need to like super min-max it. I think if you can get like 3 or 4k, that's probably good. 3 or 4k and then full traits, obviously, on the whatever the purple item is. You say level 20 to open the green-blue chests? Yeah, level 20 to open green-blue chests, level 40 to open the blue chests. What do you need, top 200 for the title? Do you get anything else? They're saying that Helloing dropped Visa, or dropped Supple and Allied Visa and filtered. That is crazy. So is rent free just done? Or are they merging? Yeah, they're 30 out of 70. Oh, I forgot about all these boxes, bro. Wait, there's so many boxes? Oh. Oh. Boxes, you guys. Wait, let me see what I got first from the run. Level 37 skill damage boost, Keck W. Alright, it's all trash. What server do I play right now? I'm on the Xeroth server. I'm trying to find... Okay, there we go. 53 skill damage resists. That's not that much higher. Okay, so I can cook all of the support runes. Melee evasion on necklace. I think I already have that at 60. Okay, I think the rest of these are all not going to be upgrades. I need melee heavy attack, but it should already be like 49 or something. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just blow up all of those. It's so funny how like opening 70 of these now is like barely any progress. 60 on weapon, melee evasion. Do I need that still? No, both of those are good. Okay, skill damage to this was 53 last time, so it'd be 53 or 54 now. I only see this one at 53, so we don't need to look at those. Man, some max health runes would be nice. I got evasion on ring. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, I already had that. Just kidding. There we go. That one's an upgrade. Melee hit chance on weapon. We don't want that. Melee hit chance on neck. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then, did I unlock my other necklace yet? We're already have a 55 on that one. Okay. Dude, I haven't seen a max health rune in years. I don't even know what level it's at. You think we could handle that? Bro, we could probably bug a 5. Well, I don't know. I don't know the mechanics. Are they hard? Yeah, I don't even got to fill this up now to get a box. Nobody can see who goes where. Magic heavy attacks up to 53. I wish I could see a melee heavy attack so I could know what it's at. Is it still down here? Melee crit on ring. Okay, very slight upgrades. Bro, I opened 200 chests, I didn't get anything. I don't even have like a healing received or something. Maybe that's still really low. Oh, it is. It's super low. Okay, well. For ring and neck. Some very minor gains, I guess. Okay, everything else can get cooked. This is gonna have magic evasion, not melee evasion. I only needed 2. What are the extra mechanics at 2? Yeah, is it? Okay. Where can you find my builds? It depends on which build you're asking about, but most of them are on Questlog. If you just search my name on Questlog, or at Moreland TV on Questlog. If you search the name, you might find clones, but I don't know how many people have cloned it. How cool is this new morph that I got? Was it this one? No, it was this one. Oh, that's fancy. Calls a lot of attention. I like being a little rabbit that nobody can really notice. Why, why can't we get a 2? We can't open. No one's cleared 1. Oh no, dude. Okay, all my melee evasions are done. I never need melee evasion again. Oh, skill damage resistance 56. Huge. Massive. Powerful. Let me trickle some of these down. Alright, as good as that's gonna get. Might as well throw it in here too, just in case I build this out. Alright, so what else? Max health and skill damage resist is so painful to get. I know. I'm seeing that right now. Wait, there's a 55. Did I already have that? Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. I really need heavy attack. I really need melee heavy attack. I don't even think it's 50 yet, though. Boss, magic, boss, magic, ranged, magic. You see how I'm getting trolled? Magic evasion on ring. Kind of need that for the other builds. We'll just lock for now. Okay, there's a max health on bracelets, 51. Previous one was 50, so we're not really making a lot of progress there. Got my other bracelets. Level 50 on that one. The fact that there's no filters for these, kind of crazy, right? Bro, like seriously, no. No melee heavy attack. Learned so many from your videos from YouTube. Really appreciate. Nice work. Hey, no problem, Andre. What do you say about LB? Oh, longbow greatsword? Is it worth to continue on that build? You can play it kind of like as a tank. I don't know. I think it's a little unfocused of a build. I probably wouldn't recommend it. It's not. I don't think it's awful, but I don't think it's gonna be seen as like a very popular build most of the time. Yeah, if you want to play something that's considered like a meta build, I would not play Bow Greatsword. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. It's just not... There's probably better options. We'll put it that way. Alright, let's see if we got anything out of this last batch here. More melee evasions. Melee hit chance on neck, level 60. Big. Big. Okay. Attack runes on neck, just about done. There's 59 on the other one. What else? Melee hit chance on belts. Did I ever unlock my second belt? No, I didn't do that. That's probably not going to get done anytime soon. We'll just wait. I cannot get any melee heavy attack. This is so unfortunate. Okay, here we go. 46. It's still 46, bro. That is not very high. I tried that for the Halloween event and it didn't work. Alright, well, everything's 50 plus now, except for heavy attack. And healing receive, but healing receive's a meme anyways. We're getting there. We are getting there. Main build's 4281 now. We get a couple more. Couple more boxes. How come I haven't hit that 1 in 800 chaos rune from transmutation yet? I feel like I've earned that by now. Okay, none of those are going to be good. Magic evasion ring. Actually, I can hold on to that for the other builds. What did I lock? This is an old rune. That doesn't need to be locked. Magic heavy attacks all the way up to 53. Melee still at 46. Oof. Just another sign that I should be re-rolling staff. Alright, let's go do this very easy dungeon. Explodes my brain, there are no filters. Not even like, can I please only see bracelet runes? Yeah, I mean, it's, believe it or not, it's better than it was in KR. In KR, you had to use an item that would RNG unlock the slots on every single piece. So instead of like just choosing attack, you had to spend an item and it would randomly do attack, defense, or support in this slot. And it was like heavily weighted towards support. So you would just do support like 6 times in a row. And then you would get defense. And then you get like support 5 times. And like if you wanted to attack, it would take you like 12 tries. And you were always out of the currency. It was so toxic. And then you had to do that for every single slot and every single item. So at least we didn't have to go through all that. Remember you and the other players talking about that? Yeah, it was infinitely worse. It was like, who thought that this was a good idea? Like, we know MMO players hate themselves, but this is too much even for the most masochistic person. Okay, first of all, I wasn't even standing there. The hammers. Yeah, the only upside is that you could also sell them for Lucent, which means that the runes were also super pay to win, but at least you could make money off of it.
Ooh, intruder. What sweet screams will you make?
What up, Grim? I was thinking maybe after the updates, it'll make it more efficient. It's not so bad even now, missing that crazy damage. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. Like, the Greatsword passives give your bow something. You know, it gives you the hit. Gives you a little bit of skill damage boosts. It's just kind of strange because, you know, bow wants to be far away and Greatsword wants to be up close. So some of the stuff doesn't work well together. But, you can make it work. You gotta kill the big dudes. Good question. There's lots of rats. We're at 50%. I knew I was gonna get locked out, bro. It's okay, I'll just be out here grinding percentage for us, don't worry. There you go, 62.9%. Alright, you guys are doing great. I'm just out here with this 80% naked crossbow wearer. She's in lingerie. Lingerie and high heels, just dual wielding crossbows, my typical MMO fantasy. Do you think they should combine rune runs to have a chest at the end? Yeah, I think it's like the most obvious feature that they should have done 2 months ago. As soon as they added dimensional trials to the game, they should have let you open chests at the end. And the higher the trial, the more chests you should be able to open. But if you do a T15, you should be able to just open the whole week's worth of chests. Like, right then and there. Like, who cares? You've beaten the game at that point. Just, like, just let me get my loot. What are we here to prove? It's just wasting time at that point. These brainwash guards are so good, dude. This is such a good mechanic. The way you come down and you can't see anything, and then you just die from something because your camera's in the wall. Ah. Korean fixation on high heels. It's like they all borrowed the same asset. And they, like, can't change it or something. I mean, it's literally every Korean game. Yo, these things got a lot of HP. All right, we're already at 100%. We're doing great. I think I'm in 3. Ooh, nope, not second. Ooh, is it though? First is first. Is anyone doing it? Okay. I don't think it's 4th. Yeah. Alright, let's just brute force it. We know 1. I'm going 3. Alright, it's 1 and then 3. And then 4. And then 2. There we go. Puzzle solved. Crisis averted. BDO said it would take months of work to allow females to have no heals. I mean, they would be so demoralized. That's probably true, bro. None of the artists would even want to come into the office. It would probably take years. Just from like a wellness standpoint, you know? We tried to get these heals. We can't convince our artists to come into the office. They're all sleeping till noon. They're depressed. They refuse to do character models that don't have high heals. Can you remind me the formula to evasion? For example, if someone has 1,000 hit, I have 1,600 evasion. How much does he hit? 600 is about 35% evasion. The formula is the difference divided by the difference plus 1,000. So in that case, it would be 600 divided by 1,600 will give you your percentage to evade. Americans equals fast food in Hollywood is to Koreans fucking loving high heels. I mean, both are just measurably true, though. They had a lot of fast food in Korea, too. It was just, like, better than our fast food. It was just good when I went there. There was fried chicken all over the place. It just wasn't like, you know, the weird chemical leftover, you know, 3-week-old, questionably even made from a chicken wings that we have out here. Uh-oh. Are we dead here? Is he getting us from beyond the grave? Okay. Bro, how this guy's still killing me?
Come on, scream. Sing Pain's sweet song for me.
I think that playing high heels in a video game is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to weirdness. Honestly, just playing a human in a video game, that to me seems weird. Back in my day, back in the olden days, games would let you be like ogres and goblins, and now everyone's human. Every game you're just human. You don't even have a choice. So cringe, boring. These fancy high-heeled character models are too expensive. Can't put high heels on an ogre.
I'll awaken your dark side.
Uh-oh. We accidentally solved it. Good job. We're pushing torture. We're progging.
And now, the execution.
Yeah, we did it in 3 attempts. It was quick. Yeah, because someone suicided and then someone else suicided and then we got it. Do you need 5? Yeah, we don't have anyone who can open torture. Nobody did it. Favorite build on Questlog YouTube? Planning on adding spear to builds. Yeah, I have the gear on Questlog. The skill builds, I have something on there. I definitely have a greatsword dagger skill build. I don't think my spear greatsword skill build is on there, but you can find the gear on there.
I'll awaken your dark side.
I'm 4 or something. Yep, guessed right. Bro, I used the powers of deduction.
And now, the execution.
Yep, you do. So is this how I get the achievement for killing him with 4 blood reservoirs? Also, I still have the one without taking damage from fury attacks, and that's BS, because he never hits me with that shit. Oh, is that what it is? Everyone has to dodge? Oh, white mechanic?
Now hold still. This will hurt tremendously.
We're at 3 out of 4, or 3 out of 5.
Try not to die too quickly. Oh. Now, get in order. I'll awaken your dark side.
Clean. Take your time, dude.
The execution.
It's okay, we don't... I feel like this one should have a longer timer. Alright. Now we can do tier 3. Oh, I got the achievement finally for the dodging. Maybe I was getting hit. Don says he can do 5, but... Oh, he can't open it? Maybe? Have you tried Pantheon? I haven't. I've heard some good things, though. I was a little apprehensive about it, watching some of their more recent updates, but I've heard good things so far about their early access. Prefers KR voice actor? No, Caligula's KR voice actor is like one of the best I've ever heard. It's so good. His like crazy laugh that he does is perfect. You could put high heels on an ogre. Might have some people questioning your choices, though. I think high heels on an ogre is one of the most important priorities that you could have as an MMO dev. We're just doing 2. Yeah. If we're gonna push, we gotta do 15. Oh, I don't even get another box for going from 48 to 49k. $1,000 more points. Go with 5? No, do the dungeon with 5? We can start. Just put at boss in the title. What are they gonna do? Join and leave? Ah, that's too many clicks. Just started last week, still learning how's the mechanics on bosses. I like a lot of the mechanics. There's a couple of them that are kind of buggy sometimes, which is annoying, but I like the boss mechanics a lot. When the first time I played this, we didn't look up any guides. We just figured out every dungeon in a group of 6 with no help, and it was so fun. Like, the mechanics are not so weird that you can't figure them out just from playing, which is a breath of fresh air, because a lot of these games, like, if you don't look up a guide, you never figure out what the hell's going on. It's, like, so weird and unintuitive. But I felt like the mechanics, for the most part, were really intuitive in this game. There were some details that took us a while to figure out, but you kind of got the broad idea of what you were supposed to do. And it was really, really fun to progress. Especially when our gear was garbage. Not even close. What? Bro, that was the farthest dash. I thought I was good. I thought I was out in the open. Bro, I think he turned. What do you think about Spear Dagger? I think it's really strong in PvP. And pretty strong in PvE. I think that the Greatsword with the spear is better in PvE. You don't have mana issues. And I don't know, I just like it more. But PvP Greatsword, or PvP Spear Dagger is in a really good spot right now. I'm skeptical about Pantheon. Tried it the last couple days. It's pretty good. Very bare bones. Has the right ideas. Could be good in a year or so. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard, is that it probably still needs a couple years. But it's got the right vibe, which is, you know, I feel like that's the hardest part. It's just getting the feel right. Can you teach us the mech for the zombie that is not showing the number? I'm always confused on that. If you're not seeing the number, it's because nobody drank. You have to drink in order to open your eye. And if no one can drink, it's because you guys didn't block. If you have a bunch of Papegas in your group who can't block, then you won't be able to open the eye, you won't be able to drink, and you won't be able to see what number you have. Is that run Expo Dagger? Expo Dagger's good. Yep, that's been a good one for a while. That was like the most popular build in early game. Alright, let's start guessing. Well, 2 isn't first. What? What are you talking about? You put 2 first. Oh no. Not this again. It's like Korea all over again. Yeah, he's saying go 3 and then 1 and then 4. Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys have this problem where people do it backwards? Yep, yep. Okay, well, easy. Where do you think the game will be in 1 year? We'll see a lot of things on YouTube about it being dead. It could be dead in a year. If they, like, don't really update it. I mean, a year is tough, man. Any game can die in a year. It doesn't matter how popular it is. Any game can die in a year. Years are a really long time. All it takes is a couple bad decisions and lack of content. I think the game has a lot of life for the next 6 months. A year totally depends on what comes next. Totally depends on what kind of updates they give us. They have so far done a really good job of updating the game. So I think that the game will have a very long life cycle. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's an MMO. They can always screw it up and kill it. Seen it happen over and over again. I think the people that are dooming about the game right now are definitely exaggerating. Like, the game going from 300k to 50k players on Steam is not even that big of a drop-off. You don't need 50k players in a game like this. You don't even need 20k. Especially with, like, that's just Steam. That doesn't count console. You know. I don't think this game is headed for a New World situation where it goes from, like, 900k to 9k. All they gotta do is, are we failing this? Why are we failing this? Do we need to coordinate here? Or we? How do they do loot in this guild? Where do you do that? Oh, bro, I need to do that. You think they're gonna give it to me? Only 9 people need it? That's not even that many. Bro, somebody click lithograph for that. There's not even a litho entry.
Delicious screams for myself.
So this guild, if you want loot, you can react for upgrade, for lucent, for lithograph, or for PvE.
Sweet song.
There's people on these Tevent daggers that have it down for for lucent, lithograph, and PvE. Oh, I don't think anyone's gonna get it for PvE. Would you guys would you guys give out Tevent daggers to someone for PvE? Are we not? Envil, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Did you guys get anything today? Bro, who left these mobs alive? Got a bow? Yeah, we got a wand and daggers. And then I think the allies got some stuff too. I have no idea how they give loot out, so I don't think I'm getting the daggers. We just joined like a week ago.
Whose screams will I collect?
I'm finishing my 50k points right now. What up, devs? You got a bow way up huge? Are you guys happy that you got a bow? Is that if you could choose? Because I mean, personally, I think bow players. How can I say this? I feel like they don't deserve loots. You know what I mean? Like, they've had it good for a while. I think it's time for someone else to get some loots. They have Flash Wave. They don't need Arc Boss. They can just have their Flash Wave.
I'll awaken your dark.
Do I have a zombie? Oh wait, this is different. We don't. It doesn't open it for everyone. Wow, it's like Korea. All right, they're dead because even though you're in the correct order. So that's cool. That's also just like Korea.
I need it.
We need more daggers, fuck bows. Yeah, dude, the daggers that dropped today, the first time I've ever been in a guild that's got daggers. I think that when I was in Epherium, we looted like 10 bows, 10 wands, 10 greatswords, 0 daggers. Have a great stream. All right, dude. We'll catch you next time. Okay, I'm dead. Bad time to look at chat. Now I'm part of the problem. Wait, what's an orb?
I'll awaken your dark side.
Pierce one, get behind him. Yeah, I don't see no orbs. This is easy. Okay, you guys got it? You guys got it? Good guesses.
Execution.
When we were on Korea, we got told that this was the easiest tier 2. So this was the first one we tried when we all had like 3k gear score. And he had full mechanics. It wasn't like the nerf version that we got in Global. I think it took us like 2 hours to kill him for the first time. Oh. Where's that shield?
Try not to die too quickly.
We don't have a healer now. This might be a wipe. Alright, do I get my eyeball now? Okay. Well, I can't see. I'm drinking. I'm 2. There's still one up. That wasn't the last one. Oh, why not? Bro, why is this so buggy? Oh my god. Speed of daggers, can they still stack multiple endurance debuffs? Anyone know? I don't think so. I think you can only do minus 800 endurance. I know it can't go negative anymore. But I don't know if that actually means they fixed the stacking. You need to keep one up? Why do you need to keep one up? Why do we keep the marked one up? But there's no orbs in this one. Are there orbs on this one or not? But there's no orbs. Yeah. That just means one doesn't need to be a specific one. I'm trying one. I'm one. I thought if they all filled, he did the purple. I feel like the DPS phase is longer.
Try not to die too quickly.
Okay, so who's going? Alright, I'll go.
Get in order.
I'm one.
I'll awaken your dark side.
I'm getting slapped by being too close.
And now, the execution.
He messes me up when I go straight on him. Do we want to stack and then spread here, or we just everyone eats it? Oh, I got a forged golden bangle. Let's go.
Tremendously. Try not to die too quickly. Oh.
Yeah, I don't have an eye. Did I not block? Why do I have no eye?
I'll awaken your dark side.
Ah, okay. You guys bugged correctly? You bugged correctly? Yeah, good bug, good bug. I guess if it can bug out and kill you for being in the right order, then it can bug out and not kill you for being in the wrong order. What a fight. Alright, he dies here. Clean. Okay, green runes. Haven't seen those in a while. And we did it! I'm a dimensional conqueror. Wow. The English voice for the boss doesn't suit it. It's not as good. Yeah, the Korean voice is really good. What's the best use of Abyss currency? Clasp of the Conqueror? It might be. The cape was better for a little bit, but it might be back to clasp now. I usually just check all the accessories if I'm going to spend a bunch. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better. These went up to like 300. Actually, they're still pretty expensive. Yeah, it's probably either the cape or the clasp. The tapestry or the clasp. How's the belts? Nah. You'll wipe group if there is no vial filled up. At least one. Also, if all of them are full, you'll wipe as well. Okay. I didn't realize if they were all empty, you wiped. I thought it was just if they were all full. On Korea, we would just eat the purple mechanic. Revik with the raids. I was about to go, so this is awkward. You guys ready for a double raids? We got a bunch of raiders tonight. Where do you guys want to go? Night, bud. Night, dude. I don't know these guys. Who should we raids? I don't know anyone who's streaming. Who's good? Should we raid a VTuber? Nah, I wouldn't do that to you guys. We could raid a small streamer. We like small streamers. Don't answer if not answerable. Do you think spear buffs will make Greatsword Spear viable in PvP? I think it's viable right now, depending on the scale of the fight. You just have to build it heavy into endurance. You could potentially play a melee range evasion Greatsword Spear with the buff to range evasion that's coming. You could make it work. I don't think it's going to be the best choice for like really large scale fights, but you could make it work in like mid, like 40 to 50 person fights, Riftstones and stuff like that. You could totally make Greatsword Spear work. Okay, let's go and raid Liruvex. I played with her for a little bit back in the EPH days. Very high fragging staff player. She was the one who used to camp up on the tree in Grand Alon and kill us when we were in Ephirium. You guys remember that? So let's go raid Liruvex and say hi. Smaller stream. I think she'll appreciate it. Check her out. And she knows a lot about the game, so you guys can ask her some questions. And I will see you guys over there. I will be back tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, definitely Friday. And I will catch you guys then. Have a good night, everyone.